Hello there, beautiful, and welcome to The Dark Alchemist. Today I have a little reading for you with 4 piles. It's called Gentle Guidance from Spirit. But before we get into these cards, let me first take 1 second and light the candle together with you, because this is a brand new channel for me. I'm not new to tarot channeling, but new to do with this on YouTube. And I thought it would be nice to make a little intention candle for our little healing journey together. So before I turn over the piles and you get to pick, I would say let's all of us take a deep breath in. Now, I made this candle specifically for this reading or for our channel. So I added a lot of healing properties and cleansing and calming and lots of abundance and love. And I also infused it with Reiki. Okay, so let's get into the cards. Let's get into the good stuff. For pile 1, we have Clear Endeavor. I'm going to give you a little close-up of your card. For pile 2, we have Breakthrough. For pile 3, we have Fresh Approach. For pile 4, we have Empowerment. Wow, look at this card. Now, if you prefer to choose with objects, I have some flowers or some dried goods for you right now. Let me also give you a close-up of these ones. So the first one we have is a very, very delicate type of flower. The leaves are almost see-through. I don't know if the camera can pick this up. Pile number 2, we have this one here. For pile number 3, we have 2 different types of acorn. See, this one is already a bit cracked open. I feel like that's important to note. And then we got this one here. Oh, will my camera pick it up? Yes. Okay. And for pile number 4, we have this lovely lady here. Okay, so these are the 4 piles. Pick whatever you feel most drawn to, whether you want to pick based off of image or of the objects. Just, take a couple of deep breaths, ground yourself, and then I'm going to play a little bit of music now so that you can really sink your energy into it, and then pick whatever you feel drawn to. If you feel drawn to more than one, please pick more than one. Most likely there's going to be at least one part of the message in the other one that's also important for you. I'm going to give you a 30-second meditation with music, and you will find all of the timestamps down below, and I will see you in your selected pile. Hello, my wonderful pile number 1s. This is the card that you chose. Now, I pulled all of the other cards off camera for you. And just as I'm starting this, I get a crazy high ringing in my left ear. That's the only thing I'm hearing. The rest is kind of numb. And I felt with you, there were a lot of energies coming in. Also some ancestors probably. And when I meditated on your starting card as well, the message that I heard very clearly was, they know what to do. So I have a feeling that this gentle guidance reading is going to basically be confirmation for you. Because, sometimes we do need that. So, there's no shade coming from me here at all. And with Clear Endeavor, just have another little close-up look at this wonderful card here. Yeah, like this, so that the light doesn't glare. And you see that this is a winter scene that is set here. You see that there is a big elemental energy. By the way, all of the decks that I'm using, I know there are going to be questions about it. I'm going to link them in the description box down below. So you can look up what they are because, yeah, it's going to be good for you. So when we look at this card, we see that there is a very, very big elemental energy right up here that is sort of like the snowbringer, right? And the impact that they have is quite big when you look at them because they're capable of basically putting their energy, which is the snow energy, on everything that is around, like all of the landscape. For me, with a Clear Endeavor, this speaks a little bit of the influence that you're going to have with whatever you're up to doing, because it's going to be different for all of you. But that you will have a big impact, right? Because we see it's like here, there we have the cityscape. We have also more around the nature here, and up here, I don't know if you can see it. It looks like it's a fantasy ice world almost. Let me see if you can look at that, right? So this speaks of the influence with the ice world, or because it looks kind of fantastical. To me, this reminds me of the spiritual realm. This makes me think of the spiritual realm. Now with the Clear Endeavor, and we have all of these rainbow colors here, the snowflakes, which each of them are unique. We have the ivy here, and all of these animals running, or running downwards. We have the owl here as the leader. So this shows me that it's time for you to lead with wisdom, or confirmation that you are leading with wisdom. Which one it is, we're going to see when we look at the cards. And then we have a goose here. So it's time for you to take the action, possibly with a Clear Endeavor. So you know what to do. It is very clear. Okay. This is all I can tell you about that right now. Let's look into the first couple of cards you got. So Clear Endeavor, I'm going to put that there. We got Be in Service. Okay. We got Bountiful Harvest. Okay. Already, this is making me laugh a little bit because much like the card says Clear Endeavor, this looks like it's a very, very clear journey here. So be in service. It seems like you are being called into service in some way, and the outcome of this will be bountiful, which we will get deeper into all of this in a second. But I want to draw your attention to the Be in Service card, because when you look at this, there's the camera. When you look at this card, like, she is feeding the wildlife, right? She's feeding the seahorse. You see also the light coming in here. You're being called to be in service of others. It seems to me there might be a change in direction for you. What I mean by that with Clear Endeavor is I feel like you know what you should be doing. And this here, because the winter is coming in, there's a purity about this card. There is when we think about this, when it's snowing, before it snows, the world looks completely different. And once it snows and we got this layer of snow there that turns the whole world into this pristine, very, very clear type of wonderland almost is what it looks like. It looks like it's a completely different scenery, like the whole landscape, everything looks differently. And we also have these very, very calm sounds, right? You know, when you're walking through even a city, when just after it snows, like the whole sound, like everything is muffled, everything is very, very quiet, very, very quiet. And it seems to me that in order for you to make the decisions that you need to make, you need to be a bit more quiet or spend a bit more time in quiet, or some alone time to sort of envision and see how you could make it happen. Like, what type of service could you offer? What is the type of service that you're being called into for? Because the outcome of this is the bountiful harvest. And even with a clear endeavor, we see up here all of these energies. And to me, this is the support from the spiritual realm for you. So like everyone is behind you choosing this new endeavor and being in service. So the clue that I can give you about the endeavor right now is that the endeavor is you being in service of others. Could be nature like it is here, but doesn't have to be. But given the difference in size in these two energies, I would say it's an energy or being in service of, how shall I put this? Being in service of others who are on a maybe lower position as you. And this could be in a million different ways. It could be you starting to teach, right? You have students, you have more knowledge, so therefore you have the higher position. It could be some type of social work where quite literally you are helping people get on their 2 feet again in many different ways, right? It could be nature. It could be so many different areas of the journey. And with Bountiful Harvest, I will talk about this a little bit more towards the end, I guess. The only thing that I want to say now is, do you see these rainbow energies that we have here? They much remind me of these rainbow energies here, only here they're more diffuse and here they're more defined, right? Because they've been given some type of structure. You've been giving whatever the service is more structure by being in service, right? So these energies that feel a bit more diffuse now, when you are working in service of the world, they will become more defined, get more structure. And as well, it's like you will bring more peace into the world with you being in service than whatever you're doing now. Whatever the other endeavor is that you're currently maybe also thinking of could potentially be frozen. But let's look at the other cards that you got. So you got first quarter, take action. You got black tourmaline, protection, recharging, and grounding. We got inner warrior, trust that you have power. We have citrine, goal setting, abundance, and positive energy. Let me space these out a bit. You have clear quartz with clarity, healing, and endless possibilities. And by the way, just when I pulled this card, because I've already laid all of them out, my camera and my tripod for some reason collapsed, which it never ever did before. So I'm keeping that in the back of my mind for now. We have rainbow fluorite for you with focus, productivity, and creativity. And then the last card that we have here from this deck is She Who Creates from a Central Source, the Spider Woman. Now, for the clear endeavor, right? It's like the clarification with the first quarter, take action. which brings me back to, you already know what you need to do. You already know what you need to do. To be quite frank with you, I'm not 100% sure what you're doing here right now. And I say this with a lot of love, okay? I know that we need a lot of gentle encouragement, and this is gentle guidance after all. So I guess you know what you need to do. And this is the soothing message here for you, that you are highly protected at this time, right? We spoke about these energies here, about the spirit energies being all around, like infused in the clear endeavor, being in service, as well as with a bountiful harvest. So you are highly protected at this time, and as well with this endeavor, the thing that you're thinking of doing, the service that you're thinking of providing, is highly favored by the spiritual realms. You are very, very protected going through this. Now, with the inner warrior and trust that you have the power, I want to draw your attention to one more thing. When you look at her, you see like her eyes are actually closed, and she's not looking at life or at whatever she's trying to achieve through her physical eyes, but through her shield. And through her, I guess this would be her third eye in this picture. And you see that? She's not really looking at it through the logical, this is everything that's here and I see everything that's here type of eyes, but she's looking at things through her intuition. And this is the inner warrior card, which tells me that you are massively doubting yourself, that this is possibly your hang up in this situation. And we talked a little bit about you taking time for yourself to ground your energy, to have this positive outlook, right? Because with this card, what she speaks of here is like looking at things through the mind's eye, envision the possibility of the service and then the bountiful harvest coming, a little more along the lines of manifestation. But what's important for me here to point out is with the recharging and the grounding, is that where you are currently hanging up with the doubts, the hang up that you have with the doubts that you have, or feeling like you're not powerful enough, which, I mean, yeah, there's like a lot of fear surrounding this, and possibly a little, because the doubts are there, you are not taking the action that you know would be beneficial for you to take, which again, no shade here. I completely understand that type of block. What you're being called to with the closed eyes is to spend, and this brings me back to the clear endeavor card, which we spoke of, that the sounds outside, when it snowed, it's muffled, right? So there's a quiet environment needed for you right at this time, for you to give yourself a bit of quiet time so that you can, with your eyes closed, sit down and envision the positive outcome of this endeavor, of the things that you dream of, to do that. And what's very important for you to be able to see clearly is for you to put more emphasis on recharging and grounding your energy, grounding yourself, taking care of your body. And I mean, this could be bubble baths, but this could also be, that's just one aspect, right? It's like going to bed at the right bedtime so that you get enough sleep. It's making sure that you take enough steps during the day to move your body in whichever way that your body is capable of and feels good to you each day, right? If it's like 5-minute stretching, or if it's going for a 5-minute walk, or if you're in a wheelchair and you go for a little roll outside, whatever your body's capabilities are, keep that in mind, and then see what your body actually needs, right? Do you need more sleep? Do you need to move more? Do you need to have a little bit more playtime, perhaps? Like just creative time to do that. What do you need in order to ground and feel recharged? Where do you get your energy from? And then when you incorporate that, there is more clarity, and then it's easier as well to trust that you have the power, because it's very difficult to go forward in a new venture, especially one where we need to employ a lot of positive outlook, or a lot of imagination to see things coming into fruition, because it's perhaps a service that is usually not, that's maybe a little bit outside of the norm. Particularly in that moment, you need to make sure that your own energy is on point, because you cannot look at this from a depleted position of lack. And the way for you to replenish that is by replenishing yourself and your own energy. And with her feeding the seahorse with her hands, you see this is, to me, like when I look at this image, I get this feeling like it's so close. I can almost touch it. It's so close. Because as well, when you look at this, like the energy on this card is already like touching the fingertips. So it's like when you actually close your eyes and you trust that you do have the power, you do have a vision, like you do see it. You do see it happening, right? It's like warming your fingers, the fingertips, perhaps the cold fingertips from from the winter, whichever old endeavor that you're currently in that is frozen and that you know it's technically done and over with. It's like you can feel the energy. You can start to feel it, right? And that's precisely this positive energy, because you can feel it. You can feel the vibrational aspect of it. You can feel intuitively that this is it, that this service is it. This is the shit for you. Intuitively, you feel that, right? And that's where you need to draw the positive energy from and set a couple of goals, right? Like abundance is already, we got the bountiful harvest and the abundance here. So we got a direct, confirmation for the outcome of this. And with the goal setting brings me back to the take action. And whatever you're looking at, if it's overwhelming you, break it down into the smallest possible things. This really helps. It might help you to make a little brain dump where you take a massive piece of paper and you give yourself, let's say, 5 minutes, and everything that you can possibly think of doing or needing to get done. It doesn't matter if it's something like, I need to get a name, I need to get a logo, or if it's something like, which type of partners do I need? Do I need funding? Anything that you can think of in 5 minutes or 10 minutes, write everything down on a massive piece of paper. Everything down. Because it seems to me like you really could benefit from clearing your mind a little bit. And if you write things down, you have a list to go back to it at a certain point whenever you need to, and you will be able to then cross things off, but you cleared it out of your mind. And what you do, what helps you with this is you have more space to see the clear next logical steps. When you have this list, if you want to, you can also go through this and have sort of like start to create a little timeline for yourself to see which things do you need to do first, which ones can you do a bit later. And then, when you have a bigger one, pick one and then break it down into smaller tasks that could really be beneficial for you. But with the amount of overwhelm of the energy, with you being a little bit shut down to even take action, this might be overwhelming to make a master list. This will be only work for some of you. If you are one of the people who gets massively overwhelmed with these types of lists and then just spirals into feeling like there's so much to do and it's way too much for me, I would recommend for you to actually not do that, but then to spend some time to sit down and write out your idea. For you, please start there. Write down your idea. What is the service? How do you envision it benefiting the world? What do you feel like? And write a scenario up. You can be as detailed as you want. How does your life change? How many other lives do you change? In what way do you change their lives? Then when you have this clear vision, you will already feel a bit more soothed, because then you're like, okay, I know where I want to go. And that's an easier point to work backwards for you. What you can then do is when you have the full journey, you can take one aspect of it and start to look at this. Okay, so is there something that I could research today, perhaps? I need to learn a new skill. What's the skill? Where could I learn that? And then just give yourself these micro tasks to do. And this will help you. Now, I'm going to tell you a little bit about just myself, because I'm also a person, if I write a massive master list that is way too full, I also tend to get overwhelmed. So for me, in the way in which I plan the work for myself, because I'm self-employed, I have a calendar right next to my desk, which we're currently at, right there. And it's on the wall. And it has, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And I have pretty sticky notes on them. And I have 4 sticky notes for each day. 3 are the first, second, and third most important things that I need to get done for business. And then the 4th one that I have is something fun for me to do. The 4th one is something that I'm just doing for myself to fulfill my recharging and grounding. So sometimes there's some exercise on there. Sometimes I'm meeting a friend, but I have this 4th one just for myself. And with me being so clear and breaking it down into having 3 things. And for example, for today, that is literally filming one group of this reading. So that is you, because you're the first group. And, it's not like I'm not giving myself massive tasks for each day to do. It's really like broken. I break it down. And this really helps to make things more clear and to not get overwhelmed, because the more that you plan and the more goals that you set, and I mean achievable goals, healthy productivity. I don't mean trying to burn yourself out by making the massive list as fast as possible. The more structure that you have with this, the easier it is for you as well to shut off and make time to recharge and ground, because this also builds more self-confidence, because okay, today I needed to get this and this done and this, and I have done these 3 small things. So I've done something for my vision. This is another aspect that is quite important that I feel as well with the rainbow fluorite and the focus card here and the productivity. It's confirm to yourself with each small step that you're taking that you are in fact working towards your vision of being in service. And this really helps. This can really, really be helpful. Now, I'm going to talk about this card in a second, but let's jump here for just a moment. With the focus, the productivity, and the creativity card, I find it so interesting that there are all of these. I've never seen that. I've never noticed it like this before, that there are all of these energies, like these cosmic energies around here. You see that? We have this really as a theme running through your reading. That's so cool. Okay, I'm getting sidetracked here. Excuse me. Now, with the productivity, right after the clarity, healing, and endless possibilities that we have here, which, by the way, again, you see, she's highly protective, right? She's in the clear quartz, which is also a healing crystal in general. And you see as well, she has her hands sort of like in a meditation posture right in front of her hands, in front of her chest. And you see her eyes, and you see her eyes are closed, but her third eye is open, much like the image that I got here with the inner warrior. Is the trust that you have the power. It's not for your physical eyes to see, but for your mind's eye to envision. And with the healing and the focus, productivity, and creativity, we see that through this journey, or through the beginning of you setting a couple of goals, employing more positive energy. This also positive energy speaks of having positive self-talk, telling yourself that you are capable of doing that. This is possible for me to do. And something that's coming up very, very strongly for me right now is to ask you, do you know about EFT? The emotional freedom technique, which is a tapping technique that can be helpful to remove stagnant energy, but also to sort of like prime your energy in the way that you want to. If you're not familiar with this, I will put something in the comment or like in the description box down below for you, my favorite channel to do that, because you can help yourself through this type of blockage by also using some EFT. Just, like it's on YouTube, it's free, it's wonderful, and you can use that to shift sort of like this little, it's not really like blockage sounds too hard, but it's more like a congestion of energy, right? Where you have like a little bit of a buildup, but blockage sounds too hard. That's harsh. That's not quite the right word. Where you have this sort of like congested energy so that you can clear it up. And there seems to be something about choosing your focus towards the positive outcome of this, but as well with the productivity. And what does your productivity system currently look like? Is it actually working for you? Or is it working against you? What I mean with is it working against you? Is it working against you in such a way that it leaves you depleted and like you feel like you are failing, like you will never be able to accomplish this? If that is the case, it is not a healthy productivity system for you, and it needs a bit of refinement. There are plenty of resources online to look at healthy productivity systems. I'm not going to recommend a source for you because there are plenty of energies. And like we saw with the master list already, my dear Padawans, you go in these two different directions. So it's not really very helpful, but look up a couple of healthy productivity systems that could work for you. And this is also a good keyword to look for healthy productivity systems. You will find a lot of people talking about it, and healthy way of setting your workspace up, your vision up, etc., in order to not overwork yourself and overwhelm yourself as well. Because whatever this is a beautiful journey, but anything that you're building seems to be a bit of a longer journey. I mean, that's true for every business that is being built. Particularly when you're in service and when you are in the position of giving to others in whichever way, shape, or form. Even if you're, let's say, a designer and you have clients, you are still giving designs, you're giving of yourself. It is very, very important to make the recharging and grounding of your own energy a high priority. You will not accomplish everything that you want to accomplish in one day. You are building this for the long haul. You're not building this for a short sprint. So build up your journey accordingly in order for you to have enough stamina to build all the time and feel good while you do that. Which brings me to this card here, which is called Spider Woman, she who creates from a central source. And when you look at her, she's building here, the central source is the heart space, right? In the chakra system, the heart space is the middle between and the connector between the lower chakras and the upper chakras. So the body and more so the mind / consciousness. And this is where she's grounding her energy. She's coming at it from a heart. And again, when we look at the clear quartz card here as well, the heart here is as well highlighted with this beautiful like rose light. And this is how you can create everything, is from the central source, from being grounded. And again, her eyes in this picture are closed because she's listening inward. And little side note, if you are not afraid of spiders, I would highly encourage you to look up on YouTube how spiders build their nets. Look it up. Get a little bit inspired, because they have a very, very methodical way of creating it, and they don't create it all at once. They create the outer structures, the bigger things, and then they go back in and then they weave the smaller aspects. And they are highly geometrical. They are highly, highly highly sophisticated type of nets. Like each spider has a different type of net, and it's beautiful to watch. And much like the weaving of this net is the bigger structures, so like the things that actually hold the structure, and then we go into the detail, is exactly how you can make all of this happen. You go from the biggest one to the smaller details. Now I have a few more cards for you. The first one that we have is Trust the Seasons, embracing change, cycles of life, transition, and growth. And actually, where am I going to put this? Let me move these out. I like this idea. I have the Mystic Rose with compassion, devotion, humility, humanity, and grace. Oh, that's so beautiful. Look at this image. It's like her holding as well, like a rose up to her heart center. Oh, it's so pretty. Okay, got it like this. We got the Holy Grail, stop the endless searching, inner quest. It's very clear. This is funny. And then we have the Grandmothers. Remember your roots, perspective, and trust the weavings with this like cosmic center here. And then we look at this for a moment. It looks like diamonds. It looks like diamonds that are sort of like weaving through. And you see the abuelas, like all of them are like praying to it, or like holding their hands over it, so highly protected. When we look at Trust the Seasons, we see here kind of like the life cycle of the rose, right? We have like the seed and then the middle, and then we have things growing into a bud that's slowly opening into full bloom, and then it slowly loses its petals again and sort of like returns to winter in a way, right? And then when springtime comes, it blooms again. And this certainly is a transition period from the clear endeavor, you transitioning through this energetic little congestion that you have with like not fully trusting yourself, not fully trusting your vision, and not having found the right productivity system for you yet. But know that you have this divine seed within yourself. You have this inspired idea. You have this idea for a reason. And you are the perfect person to see this through and to bloom. You are the perfect person. And with the cycles of life, transition, and growth, I'm brought back to the winter in the clear endeavor and like the message that the old thing or the thing that you're currently doing, where you have the feeling that the life cycle of this old thing is done and over, trust your intuition on this. It's time for something new. It's time for a new thing. It's time for a new endeavor for yourself. I'm going to read this card for you in a moment because I really feel drawn to it. But let's look forward for a moment. Let's go forward for a moment. Let's look at the next card. We got the Mystic Rose with compassion, devotion, humility, humanity, and grace. And this is for me the perfect card for as a companion for being service and the bountiful harvest here with the peace energy. Because whatever you're planning on doing is deeply, this is like feeding someone like a smaller energy, right? And we spoke about this. It's like being in service is such a hard mission for you. It's deeply grounded in the compassion that you're feeling. We got the heart center highlighted in several different cards here. And it's time for you to trust your intuition and to go after what your heart desires and do so in a grounded manner, because the humanity needs this service. Anyone who can be in service and like be in a helping position in any way, shape, or form is really, really, truly needed on this earth. So I get the feeling that whatever this old endeavor is, or the endeavor that you're currently doing, or this old thing, is not grounded in compassion, and it's not geared towards feeding humanity in the way that you yearn to nourish the humanity. It's not feeding that desire within yourself. So you can stick with it, but this voice is not going to go away that you're hearing so very strongly. It's not going to go away. You will keep hearing it. And in fact, it's going to grow. Because you came here for something else. You came here for this. And not the old energy. Right. We got the Holy Grail, stop the endless searching, inner quest. And I want you to take a moment and look at this card as well, because you see the rose here that is in the center of her being is in full bloom. And she gets this inspired spark here that she's drawing down. She has antlers, which speaks to me of highly intuitive, like active crown chakra, of getting downloads of ideas of things that you could do. And then you see the light energy goes down here, and sort of like it's like a faucet has been turned on. You see that this is like a spring that is coming from her own energy. It's like being in full bloom, being in your full energy, and having a cup that's so overflowing that you can easily have this overflow of energy that you can give to the others. But this comes from the very, very depths within yourself, very, very deep within yourself. And the inner quest, we spoke about this multiple times throughout the reading, of being more introspective and in a meditative state in order to ground yourself in your own energy. Now up here we see it's an eagle, I believe, an eagle or a hawk. And what this tells me is that there's an overview that you need to get over the journey. What's the service that you want to offer? How do you feel like it? Having the overview, having the higher view on this, and not being so caught up in the, okay, but I don't have the resources for this, and I don't have that, and I don't have this, etc. But to look at the overall vision, because that's what they have. They have crystal clear vision from a very, very high perspective, and have the full overview, right? Like the bird's eye view. I'm also going to read this one because I feel like it's important. And then the last one that we have here is the grandmothers. Remember your roots, perspective, and trust the weavings. When I started the reading, I said that there are a lot of energies around me, and I actually needed to take off my sweater because I'm very, very warm right now. Because, like I said, they're all around. And you have some ancestral energy coming through for your reading, which tells me that this service that you are being called to offer is going further back than just your own inspiration. This might be something that has been present in your own family before. And when I say family, it could be your birth family, but when I say family, this could also be speaking of energetic family. So we live many lifetimes as the souls that we are, and we have a soul evolution. And we live many different lifetimes related to many different birth families. But we all have an energetic origin that we come from, and a soul tribe, if you will, soul family, if you will. And this service that you're being called to do or to set up is connected to your ancestry. Trust the weavings. We have like the spider here, right? With the web that's being woven. So trust that you will receive the right intuition at the right moment when you need it as well. That's really interesting, but I feel like going into this would absolutely break this reading, because that's a whole reading all in itself, just as one card, I feel like. All right, so let me read the 2 cards for you that I wanted to read. We got Trust the Seasons. Trust the seasons, embracing change, cycles of life transition and growth. Our disconnection from the earth and her seasons leads us to believe that we should be in full bloom all year round, that we should grow without leaving space to cut back. When we focus on the never-ending bloom, we forget the importance of all of life's phases. The rose, like all of nature, teaches us this every day. She's forever showing us how to embrace the ever-changing seasons in an ever-changing world. We're not meant to stay the same. Relationships aren't meant to stay the same. Life isn't meant to stay the same. Nothing on this planet is meant to stay the same. The seasons teach us that. Night and day teach us that. Time and age teach us that. Birth and death teach us that. We may return to a place, a person, but things won't be exactly as they were, for everything and everyone is forever changing. Nothing is static. The more we try to control things and keep them the same, the further away from the flow of life and ourselves we get. Change can be scary, for it means surrendering to the unknown of being in the in-between. To being not who you were, not quite who you'll become. It requires a trust in the transformation, and the death in order for the rebirth to occur, and a deep reverence for all the seasons of our life. The more we resist change, the further away we are from who we're becoming. When we embrace change, we embrace life and nature and are forever becoming. Soul inquiry. How can you embrace the changing seasons of your life? And then let me also read the Holy Grail for you. Stop the endless searching in your quest. The Holy Grail is a mysterious, long-sought relic about which stories have been told through the ages. Some believe it holds the key to eternal life and divine union. Many devote their lives to discovering and possessing it. It features in the legends of King Arthur, the knight Galahad achieved the vision of God through the Grail. In Christian mysticism, the Grail is the cup used by Jesus at the Last Supper and afterward by Joseph of Arimathea to catch blood at the crucifixion. It was taken to the Isle of Avalon and buried on Chalice Hill in Glastonbury, UK, which turned the chalice well waters red. Pilgrims travel from all corners of the world today to drink from these healing waters. Some believe the Grail legend predates Christ and was inspired by the wells and cauldrons of Welsh and Celtic mythology. The Holy Grail is the ultimate spiritual quest. Many see quests as physical places to journey to, conquer or find, but perhaps the Grail is an invitation to go inward, to connect with the grace within, to find it without. To realize that this journey of drinking from the eternal well is to find it deep within as the part of us that cannot be extinguished. Perhaps this is why the rose is a symbol that goes with the Grail. Her petals are calling us to spiral in, for it's there that we find the nectar of all that we've searched for patiently, waiting for us to return to it. Stop looking without, stop the endless searching, turn your gaze within, soul inquiry. How can you go within and focus more on what really matters? And I feel like this going within and focus on what really matters, we got the rainbow fluoride here as well with the focus. And again, we were drawn to it. Now I have a couple more cards for you. This ones will be a little quicker though. And for the deck that I'm using now, I would like to apologize a little bit because these are my personal cards and I got a personal reading. And my guides decided to spill coffee all over it, which is a whole different story all in its own and does not belong here. Sorry for another time, but we got for you the Page of Wands. We got the 7 of Pentacles here. We got the 6 of Swords. We got the 6 of Cups. Oh, we got the Star. And we got the Justice card. So interesting. Okay. Now, with the Page of Wands, I'm actually hearing a little bit of music with the Page of Wands, and it's kind of the type of music that plays in movies when the main character decides to go on a journey. And what's popping in my mind is The Hobbit. And when he starts to pack his like little bag and his little package, and then he has like his walking stick, and he's like, right, okay, let's go. And it's like just the moment when they're just about to walk out the door. Just, like they've got everything prepared, and they're like looking at the staff like one last time and looking at their belongings one last time and being like, do I have everything that I need? And then they go, right? Because the wand speaks of the inspiration to go. This is the inspiration and the will to go. It's not actually the fruition of that or the full on moving forward, which would be more like the one more like the Knight of Wands cards, for example, right? And we see in this picture as well, like he's standing still and he's kind of like contemplating. He's checking out, do I have everything that I need? Is this really what I want? But as well, you see like this wand, like there are already things sprouting from it. So there's already like this idea is already very much alive within yourself. Very, very much alive within yourself. So pack your bags and go. You're going on a new journey. And then here with the 8 of Pentacles, is it this idea that you have, you've been crafting at this away already in the idea space, in the mind space. You've already been crafting a little bit at the ideas, right? But like even him, like he doesn't craft all of them at the same time. He crafts them one by one by one, and they accumulate one by one by one. And you see as well, there's like even one like lying down here on the floor, and he's working on one thing at a time. Working on one thing at a time in order to not overwhelm himself. And then, like he can put things down and he can put them back up, like pick them back up when he needs to, and then continue the work with the protection, recharging, and grounding. It's time. You see that there as well, like there is a tree standing here where all of the pentacles are hung from. Right, you see? And in this, it's interesting because with this tree, you kind of, it's like you see all of these lifelines. I mean, this is the tree bark, but when you cut a tree and you have this like slab, this like middle slab of the tree, you have all of the rings on the tree that looks like you can calculate the age of the tree with that. And this is kind of making me think of that with the way that this is designed here. And what this tells me is that you do not need to do and like envision doing all the work of being in service at once. You do not need to envision or have the fully fledged service ready with like every single aspect that you're envisioning either, because you see the beauty is the more that you are starting to work on things or build your service. Let's say you have a business that is multifaceted, where you have many different areas of things that you can provide or that you want to provide, and you think that, right, I can only launch it when I have all 5 services perfected. It's going to take a long time for you to do that. And by the end of it, what you are thinking of, what everyone needs, might not be accurate. And I'm not saying that to scare you. I'm just saying go with your first idea for the first thing that you want, because the beauty of crafting more parts of your service or more parts of the business along the way means that you also leave room to listen to the customers and see what they want, what they need, because needs change. And what you will end up with is a service or a combination of services that is truly, truly needed and very unique. Because businesses grow in interesting and funny ways sometimes, where you think you're building one particular thing, or you have a clear vision when you start out, and the more that you go along it might shift, and that is okay. You are listening to the needs of others, particularly when it comes to being in a service-based business. You are listening and you are crafting it. Like each time you're honing your skill. And each one of these is unique. And each one of these is unique, and you will get more and more skilled. So there's no shame in starting with the first pentacle. Everyone starts with the first pentacle when they're building anything. Everyone starts with one thing. And the one thing is that they start to learn how to make the one thing. So there's no shame in that. I know it's easy when you see everyone online being or presenting the perfect image to feel like you are perhaps not good enough or you cannot do what they do. But every single person started out with just an idea. Every business, the biggest business that you can currently envision, started out with someone sitting at the desk at some point and being like, right, I have an idea for this business. I want to build it. I have an idea for the service, what the world needs. I want to create that. Everyone starts with that. And then it's like a lot of trial and error, a lot of crafting and trying things out and moving forward and honing skills and taking a couple steps back to take one forward and then a couple more back and then a couple more forward, because they realized actually their first idea maybe was better than their second one. You see what I'm getting at. So give yourself this room for it. And then we have here the Six of Swords. And the swords, like this speaks of the mental space. We spoke about the mental space a bit earlier, about the importance of having a positive image in your mind of the outcome of your endeavor. And I want to draw your attention to the fact that right here, where he's currently paddling, the sea is has a very, very strong current, like strong waves. And you see here, everything is smooth. And it's smooth on the other side of the swords. And the swords here speak of this mental congestion that we picked up on earlier, that you are envisioning everything to be like this just because perhaps your current situation is like this. But that's not necessarily the truth of the situation. It's just a thought. Thoughts are always a projection of past lived reality. What I mean by that is, if the old endeavor that you have been working on, that you know that it's dead, it's done, with the old endeavor that you've been working on, that you know it's dead, it's done, if that has been very, very rough and very, very challenging, and we picked up on, let's say, the lack of compassion in the situation, so I can understand that if you are a heart-centered person, and we know that you are because you want to provide this service for others, it felt very, very rough, like very, very rough. And because that has been your past experience, you feel like what you want to building or what you want to do is going to be just as rough, but that's the projection that your mind does. It's not the reality of the situation. The reality of the situation is that you are being called into service, and the whole universe is on board with you doing that. And you have the smooth seas ahead. The difference, or not the difference, but the barrier between these two is literally your mind and the things, or the way that you perceive it, the way that you think about it. It's your mind that's blocking you, and in that sense, that's holding you back, that's stopping you, because you're perceiving it to be just as hard as this. It's not. It doesn't have to be. It's not. There are many other ways of doing this. And all of them are going to be easier because you are in alignment. And when you come into alignment with the universe, things move beautifully, smoothly, fast as well. And this mind space needs a bit of clearing up. So I feel like, the EFT would be a good starting point for you to do. And then this one here is so beautiful to me because you see we have the 6 of Cups, and it's right underneath, like being in service. And once again, you are giving a cup to someone else, right? Like we have this giving away of something. And what's so beautiful to me is, look at all of these cups that are here, all of these beautiful cups. And you see, it's like even in bloom, like these cups have blossomed. They have blossomed and you're giving them away. And do you remember, or do you know how happy people get when they get something like surprise flowers? It's so beautiful. And also when I look at this card and I see all of the light pouring in here, you see it's like very dark down here, and there are more seahorses back here, like in the darkness. And it really, like, I get this feeling that whatever service that you're planning to do is going to feel to other people like you're bringing light into their life, like light into their life and nourishment and just like pure joy. That's so beautiful. That's so beautiful. I'm on board with the universe. It's a beautiful energy. Please do that. The world needs it. I can tell. And then here we have the star, which speaks of the wish fulfillment. We got it underneath the Holy Grail with the endless searching inner quest. And this also speaks of you pouring more energy within yourself, listening to your own inner guidance. You see, like, there's one star that is the absolute biggest, that is the guiding star, right? Like in the night sky, there's one that burns brighter than the others. That's the guiding light. And you have the guiding light within yourself. But in order for you to fully feel it, you need to fill up your own cup. You need to do a proper self-care. Take care of your own energy. Fulfill your own energy. Fill your own energy. Because you see as well, like here, she's pouring like one back into the water, which is like her own well. Her foot is in here. And then the other one goes onto the earth. It's for the others. It's to nourish all of the plants around. So we have like another card of the balance, give and take. And then here we have justice underneath the grandmothers with remember your roots, perspective, and trust the weavings. Powerful. So fucking powerful. Wow. Listen. Don't argue with Granny. Don't argue. Don't argue with the universe on this. Trust the weavings. The scales are balanced. The scales will be balanced. You doing this will bring you into the bountiful harvest, will bring you into everything that you desire, will bring you into everything that fulfills you truly. And your ancestors and the spiritual realm have a close eye on you through this. They're protecting you, they're guiding you. The inspired ideas that you get of services that you could provide or small tasks that you could do they're here to bring this to you because they know that this is the real deal. Now I have some cards to pull Whispers from Within as a closing message for your reading. My pile number 1s, please. Which gentle last guidance do you have for them? Which gentle last guidance do you have for my pile number 1s? I would like to get one more card. Gentle guidance for my pile number 1s, please. Okay, perfect. This is synchronistic, it's funny. So we got speak your truth, practice being assertive, have an open and honest discussion with someone today, speak up if someone isn't respecting your boundaries, ask for needs to be met, public speaking and leadership are part of your divine mission and life path. And put yourself out there and let yourself shine. If that's like being in service means putting yourself out there, that's very, very crystal clear. And then I also have for you, plan for success. It's your turn for success. Get ready to receive the rewards for your hard work. Set boundaries with activities or people that could be blocking you from success. This speaks a little bit as well of the healthy productivity and where does your energy go. Break big goals down into smaller steps, working on one thing at a time, bringing me back to the 8 of Pentacles. Find a mentor to help you along your journey towards success. On that note, there are usually always people who have built something similar to what you've built. So instead of looking at them and feel like I could never do what they're doing, look at them and be like, they once stood where I'm standing now, and they have managed to succeed in building what they want to succeed and what they want to build. So look to them for inspiration, not as a point of comparison. Look to others only for inspiration of what is possible to do rather than compare yourself against them. Celebrate your success. And to be honest with you, with a clear endeavor in being in service, you having even just an idea of what this service is and what you want to build is, in my book, a massive success. That's a massive success to have already. That's beautiful to get this inspiration. That's wonderful. The last thing I will do is to read your card to be in service, because I feel like, and maybe also clear endeavor. Yeah, let me do both. Clear endeavor. Something you truly desire requires a bigger commitment from you. This could be physical, emotional, or mental. Identify what your needs are at this time, actually commit to this goal, and be willing to put in the time to make it become reality. Commitment plus hard work will assist in bringing your goals to completion. Once you decide, give your best to everything that you do. It gives plenty of new opportunities for you to reach your goals in no time. Pay attention to signs along the way as nature works to assist you. And we got like 39 and 41. So we got a jump here. Be in service. Give back to the world. When we give in equal proportion to that which we receive, we are able to maintain balance. There are so many people who are in need of your services. Being in service can be as simple as a kind word, holding a door open, or joining in a cleanup effort. Look to nature and its ability to support according to what is needed at that time. Your efforts in supporting others around you will help to create the energy needed to support humanity. Now, my beautiful one, that is the reading that we have for you. That is a gentle guidance on basically telling you, you know what to do, and just like a gentle nudge for you to get started with your beautiful service, with your beautiful new endeavor. And let me know if you resonate. If you're willing to share with me your vision of what this service is, or just tell me a little bit if this resonated. That would be very, very much appreciated from my side. And give me a like, subscribe if you want to do more. This, like I said, is a brand new channel for me. I am a Reiki healer. I am an intuitive, a tarot reader, and an artist. And on this channel, there will be a mix of all of these beautiful things. Will be a mix of all of these beautiful things to come. So I will do another weekly reading next time. And I have one more thing to let you know, because I'm hearing it. I don't know if you need to hear this. Probably you need to hear this when I'm hearing this message. Yeah. I believe in you. I wholeheartedly believe in you. I believe that you can build this journey. You can build what you want to build. I believe in you. I believe that you can clear up this little mental congestion that you're experiencing. And listen, we are not taught healthy productivity systems. We are not taught that. Okay, so you not knowing this does not mean that you're stupid or you're a failure. It means you haven't learned it because nobody has taught you that. It's not something that's taught anyway, because the whole work system is toxic to the absolute max in like a lot of different areas, in a lot of different ways. So you are learning how to create something for yourself, a system that works for you. And it is one step on the journey. It's a small step on the journey, but it's a significant one. I believe in you. I believe in you. You can do that. I truly, honestly believe in you. Your service is needed. We need you here. And if you're getting a bit teary-eyed right now, so am I, because I can feel you. It's okay. I'm sending you the biggest hug. Please look up some affirmations as well surrounding trusting yourself and believing in yourself. There are some also sleep affirmations that you can find here on YouTube that are like, yeah, you can just listen to them passively while you're sleeping. That will really benefit you, because you need to tell yourself that you believe in yourself. Even if you don't believe it in the beginning, start telling yourself that I believe in you. And slowly it will shift and you will start believing in yourself. But that already could be the first EFT video, the first tapping video that you look at. Believing in yourself. Okay. Is that it? Yes. Okay. I hear nothing else. I hear nothing else. Again, I'm sending you the biggest hug in the world. I believe in you. You can do it. And I hope I will see you again next time. Have a beautiful rest of your day. If you chose the breakthrough card, welcome, welcome, my beautiful pie number 2s. Let's have a close-up look at your card for a second. While I tell you that when I meditated on your cards, I haven't looked at them, I just pulled them, and then I like to sit a moment and feel into the energy and see what comes through, because I tend to feel things a lot in my body. And for you, what came through, that I felt my breathing sort of got shallow, and I usually breathe rather deeply. And I also felt like I had a lot of weight on my shoulders. Like I could feel it pushing down on my shoulders. Was not a super pleasant sensation. So let's see how these little sensations tie into the reading. I also saw a little visual of being shot in the heart with an arrow, which was not in a cute kind of way, like not in a cute kind of way. Yeah, so let's see how that ties together. Now, when we look at the breakthrough card, she looks like she is releasing everything, right? What I find so interesting about this card is like, it feels like looking at this card feels like taking a deep breath in and then just releasing it all in 1 second. So Before we go further into the reading, let's actually all do that for a moment. Let's take a deep breath in and sigh it out. Because that's the feeling that I get with this card, big time. This just because of her chest and the posture. And what I find interesting as well, I mean, she's kind of like walking on the sea here. She's kind of walking on the water. But when you look at up here, you see it's like her face is being mirrored in the clouds, but like you see that there are dark storm clouds behind and everything is starting to clear up, right? And we have the butterflies, which are the symbol of transformation, of metamorphosis, and it's the end stage. It's the last stage of their life cycle after having gone through all of the other different stages and being all of these other different beings. They come into their full color, into their full and truest self. So let's look. I'm going to place that here for now. And your beautiful flower, I'm going to place that one up so that you can still see it. Yeah, up here is good. I pulled a lot of cards for you, but I also pulled a lot of cards for all the other piles. So I think this will be a longer reading. We got illumination. We got make a wish. We got acceptance of love. And we have another heart-based card, open your heart. Let me adjust that really quickly, actually. So to me, the breakthrough card feels like the overarching energy of your reading, more so like the outcome card. Like this is what everything is geared towards that you're currently working on, right? So let's see what your gentle guidance about this is. And what I find interesting is that we have two cards here where the full moon is being highlighted, and the full moon speaks of the subconscious, of the unknown, of the things that we are currently not that aware of. And when we look at this card here, I noticed when I pulled this card that she's flying on like a moth, right? But she has actually a butterfly tattoo on her back that has the same intricacies as the moth does here on their back. And it made me think of light and dark and like sun and moon, because the moth represents the night energy, like the darker energy, and the butterfly represents the lighter energy. So with illumination and you flying on the moth, it makes me think of doing some shadow work. And by the way, I got distracted with my thought because again, here I can see I've had this deck for a while. I've never seen that before. Again, here you can see kind of like the face being mirrored up here in these energies, and it almost looks like it's cosmic energies, right? That are following her, or not so following her, but more so guiding her, or guiding this person. This looks to me like a lot of spiritual support because it's connected to her hair, so it's connected to her crown, which with like illumination, there are even more energies down here, makes me think of you receiving guidance through inspired ideas, or inspiration that is like coming to you while you sleep, actually, while you're sleeping. Also dream state. Nevertheless, we are here, like in this card, we are in the nighttime, right? So this is like shadow work realm. With Make a Wish, what I find interesting as well is that it's number one. So we have this like overarching energy of like needing this breakthrough or wanting this breakthrough to happen, like having this like weight that I felt on my shoulder fall off, take a deep breath and just like be free, be in the final form. We have illumination as the, let's say, step before the breakthrough, and right after the illumination we got the number 1. So this is the speaks of the new beginning that you are currently thinking about, that you would like to have. And we got the card Make a Wish, and I'm feeling drawn to reading this card for you in a moment, because this also speaks of the new beginning. And when you even look at this card as well, we have the dandelion. We have the dandelion here in several different forms of life. Basically, we have the seed presence, right? The seeds are present, but they're still, some of them are still attached to the flower. Some of them have already basically like taken flight and are on their way out. We have them in their bloom form. We also have them down here more in their, while they're still a bud. So this speaks of this like life cycle. There's like different cycles that we are all in, or you are all in different variations. That's also why we have them here in different variations. And with Make a Wish, let me read this for you first and foremost, actually. Let me do that first. So we got Make a Wish. As a child, you may have been encouraged to blow on a dandelion and make a wish. As you blew the seed blossoms from the stem, they would be carried on the wind so your wish could be fulfilled. This card is a gentle reminder to set clear intentions about what you wish for in your life. You are being asked what you would like. At this moment, anything is possible. If you were given one wish, what would you wish for? Trust that your wish will be granted at the most opportune time and in the manner that supports you in the fullest. And with this message of making a wish or setting very clear intentions for yourself in combination with illumination and looking at what's there and having the spiritual support, tells me that whatever your endeavor is or whatever you want to do is, I mean, for me it feels quite clear, because you're clearly wishing for this breakthrough. The question is, how do you want? Like, how do you want it? What do you want your breakthrough to be? Which area of your life would you want it to be? And what's the outcome of it? Because so often when we are in situations that are that feel not that pleasant for us, like, right, the weight that I felt on my shoulder, the shortness of breath, like this like feeling of having pressure, just like being under pressure, that goes so deep that you feel like you cannot take a deep breath. When we're in a situation like this or in a state like this, it feels like there is, first of all, no end to it. And because of that, we tend to wish just for this to end, just for it to end. And we often forget to set very clear intentions about the change that we actually want. Like, what do we want to have afterwards? Like, how do we want to go out of this? But as well, with however heavy this may feel right now for you, trust that there is inspiration coming to you. There is like reaching for the moon, you know, that's another saying that exists, that is speaking of going for the wildest dreams that you have, making a wish. And with the acceptance of love and open your heart, what I feel of, because as well, like, look at this, look at her, she, like, just her crown again is like in bloom. Just her crown is being highlighted, like the head is highlighted. So for me, this speaks of having, like, getting new ideas or coming out of a situation and like reigniting the self-love within yourself, accepting love for yourself. So, I mean, it could be about other people too, but what I'm seeing highlighted here is the love that you have for yourself. And when I say love, I don't mean And when I say love, I don't mean just the idea of love or saying, yes, I love myself, but acting towards yourself in a manner that you feel loved. So that is taking some time to take a couple of deep breaths. That is taking time when you're feeling super stressed to regulate your nervous system. That's coming through to me very, very clearly, like learning methods to regulate your nervous system so that you feel like you can take deep breaths. And highlighting this, also some breath work, you could benefit from that, doing some calming breaths, and with Open Your Heart, I want you to take a moment and look at this card a little bit closer, because you can clearly see that she is being held, right? Like she is in the moment of surrender. She's lying down there, like being held by the water, but also there is an unseen energy here that is holding her. And with Open Your Heart and with opening your heart and having the lily here in full bloom, this energy that is holding her is actually, do you see this? This is actually the swan energy when you just look at it. And there is a second one on the way. This might be about love, actually. I'm gonna see when we look at more cards what this is truly about. But here the egg is cracked open. You see that? There's an egg. There are energies inside the egg, but it was the egg of the swan and it's open. So it's like cracked open, which cracking things open is also in a way a breakthrough, right? Like when the little chicks are, it's not chicks. I forgot the word for the baby swans. Well, let's say baby swans, okay? English is not my first language, so bear with me. Also leave it down in the comment below what the actual name for it is, because this is something that I should know. Well, when the baby swans are in there, right? Like in the egg, it looks pretty dark. They don't really know what's outside of it, right? Like this is all that they know. And then something inside of them tells them to get cracking at the shell, right? Like this is not an outer pressure, but it's an inner pressure, like an inner knowing of like something coming up that tells them like, right, it's time now. It's time to break through this. It's time to break free of this. And they start packing, and then they come out of it and they discover that there's a whole new world. There's a whole new world. And you are in the position when you take a couple of deep breaths and you receive some guidance and support from your spirit team to make a wish that is going to fulfill and create the world that you want to see once you come outside of this egg. Okay, let me look at some more of your cards. Yes, okay. Sometimes they come out like this. We got pyrite for you with confidence, luck, and prosperity. We have amethyst with spirituality, intuition, and stress relief. We have citrine with goal setting, abundance, and positive energy. We have turn inwards, the waning gibbous moon. We have the black tourmaline with you are protected, recharging, and grounding. I swear I wanted to read a protection, but it said it came out as you are protected. Guess that's the message for that card, hey? We got Artemis with goddess of light and divine protector. Now this makes sense why I said you are protected and just slipped out like that. We got Pele, the goddess of the volcano with creativity, change, and protection. We got a lot of protection already in here. We have choose love, universal love, Okay, let me move these over for a second so that you can see all of them. And we got Celestine with calm, inspiration, and serendipity. Okay. I'm being drawn to the Pirate card because look at her. She looks so free, right? She looks like she's just freely dancing, big movements. She's free. The posture, or like not the posture, but the energy reminds me of the breakthrough card. So with making a wish and you getting a confidence and luck card and the breakthrough as well, this is like, I will read this card to you at the end of the reading as a closing message for you. But you receiving the luck and make a wish card, it's quite clear to me that what you are currently not fully seeing is that, much like when you come out of this egg, like there's so much beauty on the other side of the situation that you're currently in, and that there's so much luck, there's so much prosperity and abundance, because you got prosperity and then you got the citrine card with abundance as well. And what is currently holding you back a little bit is a lack of grounding. Because we can clearly see that, because you got with the amethyst spirituality, intuition, and stress relief, and with the crown being highlighted to me, which I spoke of earlier, seems to me that technically you do have the capability to receive all of the creative ideas that you need to make the right wish in order to, and then work on it, of course, to bring yourself into a more loving situation where you can actually open your heart and be your fullest self, be your most truest self, and feel accepted and be at ease with your surroundings and yourself. But in order for you to receive these messages, you need to be in a calmer state in order to receive these messages that are there for you. So you need to calm yourself down a bit more. You see here, like her eyes are closed and her third eye is highlighted with the amethyst, right? That's the amplification here. And then from there on, let me show you. From there on, it shines outward, right? So this speaks to me of the ideas that you receive, or like the visions, the input that you receive. And when I say vision, it does not mean that it's, it could be something that's life-changing as receiving a massive, massive vision of your life. But sometimes visions and ideas is something much, much smaller, like going for a walk today and going for a walk now and finding, let's say, a feather on the walk and picking up the feather and starting to read up about it and seeing inspiration in that. And then from there on, starting a new creative project that is, let's say, the colors of the painting that you're working on are inspired by the feather that you found. Right? So it's like lots of little synchronicities and lots of little incidences that can lead up to you coming to the path that is meant for you. But we need to follow these little intuitions about the most mundane things first. And in order for you to fully hear your inner voice, you need to be more calm. It's a similar, like this part of the reading is similar to pile number 1, where you need to slow down a bit. You need to give yourself more of a break and put stress relief on a higher priority, because, like I said, working with the central nervous system and calming down the nervous system, learning how to do that would be very, very beneficial for you. Like working directly with that in whatever capacity that works for you. We might get a little more ideas about that with the other cards that we have, but let's see how we keep going. With the citrine card, I feel more so the positive energy. The goal setting could be the smaller thing of saying, I give myself 5 minutes of meditation today where I just sit and breathe deeply. If I can give you just one gentle guidance for you to do is set a timer every day at some point for 5 minutes. And all you're doing is deep belly breaths. Deep breaths in, slow, and deep breaths out. Just do this for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. If you have, let's say, you are, little story time. How I started to build a regular meditation practice was by something that is in the habit, in like people that create habits. It's called compound habits, where you basically link one habit to another, or like one thing that you're already doing that's part of your regular routine, you link that together with something that you desire to do. So for me, it was meditation. And I linked it to me making coffee in the morning. I have one of those Bialetti espresso cookers that go on the stove, and it's cooking anyway. And I timed it. It's about 5 minutes. And I was like, right, I want to learn how to regularly meditate, or let's say not learn, but build this practice for myself. And I decided that that's a good time to do that, because I have these 5 minutes. I'm waiting anyway for my espresso to be done in the morning, and there's nothing else for me to do. So I just chose this time to sit down and just do breathing and meditating. And whenever the coffee was ready, was like, right, I've done it. That's good. And from there on, I kept building, right? So that would be a beneficial thing for you to do if you have one routine activity that you do every single day anyway, where you have a little bit of waiting time. Like it could be anything, where you're like, right, okay, I'm taking this time to breathe. And this could also be while you are on your way to work and you're waiting at the bus station for your bus, and you're standing there and waiting, listening to music. You could do deep breaths there, right? Like whatever works for you. Just try out a couple of things, and you can't get it wrong, right? But like focusing on calming your body down will be very, very beneficial for you. And see, with the next card that we got is turn inwards, which comes back to this. She's sitting in a meditation posture, and what I find interesting is that here, you see there is a light that she's reaching towards. This is like the divine spark. This is like the creative idea that she's speaking of. And she's calm, and she's present in her heart center. And she's sitting in a meditation posture, right? Like taking time to just be, where you don't do anything. You maybe have some soothing music on, and you just are. You're not really doing anything. It's just being, taking a little time for yourself to just be. Because usually that's when you're in a calm state, the calm state needs to come first. Because when you're in a calm state and then you give yourself some space to just be, and let the thoughts just be there, that's the moment that the inspired spark can come in. That's the moment where the inspired ideas can come into you to help and guide you. Because see, we also got here the positive energy that's telling me with like the illumination. It's possible for you to have this breakthrough moment, more than possible. This is not an optional thing, much like it is for the baby swan. It's not an optional thing to stay inside the egg. Like there's a drive. There's a drive to go further in life. There's a drive to continue. And I feel the same drive from you. And I feel like because you have this drive, that's also where part of this internal pressure is coming from. This pressure on the chest that I felt in the beginning because of the super shallow breathing, and the pressure on the shoulders. That's part of the pressure for you. It's like wanting this, like feeling that this is the next thing, like this is it, but feeling so panicked about it in a way that you don't know which side is up, basically. And you got the soothing guidance here from your spirit team. I mean, we saw them come through, like being highlighted in these energies that are mirrored like all over these cards. which is absolutely beautiful. And then we also have them showing up here with me saying, you are protected. And then like this message just straight coming through that, like with the black tourmaline and the protection card, and with Artemis as well. She is a divine protector. You literally have the divine protector coming out for you. And like we saw in all of these cards, like they're always with you, like always surrounding you. If you feel super scared, you can also ask them for a sign. You can ask them to come through and help you. And you can also ask them to give you this inspired idea. You can ask for guidance, actively ask for guidance, and let them know, hey, I know that this is next. How can I do that? Please give me some guidance. Please give me some signs. And then trust that you will receive that. And like guidance can come in so many different forms as well. So just be open, but you need to have a little bit of an open heart for that as well. But yeah. I have a question for you. Are you afraid of your own emotions? Are you afraid of the darkness that's in your own emotions? Are you a little afraid of that? Okay, I can feel some panic rising in me now, so I'm taking that as a yes. I'm not laughing at you being afraid of this. I'm just laughing at my own body, like immediately responding to that. This is like, these synchronicities are always so funny to me when I feel that. There's nothing for you to be afraid of. You got all of this protection. And I'm going to tell you something else about the heavier feelings, about the panic feelings, about the, I'm going to say like darker, like heavier feelings that are there. They are not there to punish you, even though when you're in the midst of that, that's what it feels like. What they're actually doing, or what their purpose is they're like want to work with you. They're coming up for you to let you know gently, hey, here's something, here's a memory, here's a feeling that would like your attention, that would like to be healed. That's the only reason it's coming up. It's not coming up for you to feel defeated or feel panicked or feeling so grief-stricken or just so bundled up in anxiety and panic. It's coming up to alert you that there's something that needs healing, that needs your loving and gentle attention. And that's why the open heart is here as well, because in order for you to fully look at that and go into this, there's the love that you need to give to yourself. And the open heart to allow yourself to go into this place and look at it and have this like gentleness here. You see here that this person, we talked about this, that this person here is being held. They are being guided very, very gently. And the same gentleness that is present in this card, you see, like even the way that he looks at her, it's like she is in a surrendering mode. She's in full on surrender, and she's just so gently being held by him and by the water as well, right? Like water is like big emotion, big healing energy. The same way that she's being held is like the way that you're holding yourself, like the gentleness and tenderness with which you hold yourself. And I don't know if you're crying right now, but I am about to. I feel like you needed to hear that like that. There's so much love here for you, like on all different sides. You are so protected and so loved and so supportive. You saw them all around. And I can also feel them right now in the room with me. And they're here to guide you through this change, to protect you and guide you through this change. And even when we look at this card with this volcano and like everything erupting, right? Like that's a volcano that feels like a violent eruption. a sudden violent eruption. Much like this eruption is going to be like this for you, where all of a sudden something will click within yourself. Something is going to change. This breakthrough is here. This breakthrough is possible for you. You need to believe in yourself that it's possible for you. And you need to treat yourself with so much gentle love and care as you are making it through your current terrain that you're in. And you can start with your body. You can start with your body and giving it the time to rest and recharge so that your mind can function at its most brilliant capacity. You got another card of protection. And that's why we got the next card with choose love. Right, you see here again, the third eye is highlighted and she's in a calm, peaceful state. So how can you generate more peace in your life for yourself in the moments where you are not caught up in the situation? Like, how can you give yourself more of those moments where you're not caught up in this situation? It's my question for you. Because you see, we got the same card here. It's not the same card, but for me, it has the same energy. Also, the same energy as the amethyst card is this peaceful quality. You see, like in all of these cards, her eyes are closed. We also got it in the waning gibbous card down here, where she is just so focused on her peaceful inner world and listening to herself and to her body and to her own needs and then fulfilling them. And you see here, like her light is shining very bright, like her inspired, like her essence, her soul essence is shining very, very brightly. And with Celestite, this is also the card of angelic support. So this also speaks of angelic support. And you see here, she's very calm. She's highly inspired, serendipity. She's just very, very calm and in her element. And with creativity coming out with Pele and with the Celestite card as well, this is really making me feel like you putting a lot of emphasis on releasing some of your stress and making it a priority to calm your body down will inevitably bring you into this calm state so that all of these inspired ideas are present within yourself. All of these creative inspired ideas are present within yourself. Now, let's look at the next 3 cards that we have for you. Oh, okay, wow. We got Surrender to the Mystery, Fall into Her Arms, the Great Mother. Got the Great Mother. We got the Rose Garden, Innocence, Forgiveness, and Be Gentle with Yourself. If that's not, if the Be Gentle with Yourself is not the quintessence of the cards that we've already read, I don't even know. And then we got, the Wastelands, Sustainability, Slow Down, and Tend to Your Garden. You see how parched everything looks around here? Okay. It seems to me that right at this moment, you don't really know exactly. I mean, we spoke about this. You don't know how this is going to happen. Like you don't really know. And we spoke about this. That's where part of this panic comes from, part of this panicked feeling. And you got, want you to look at this card because you see there are all of these hands that are just like holding, much like in the citrine card as well here, right? Like it's holding. It's like you're being held. Like even here on the side, there are even more hands like holding her, and you see everything here is in bloom. So the bloom is just above her. Like the bloom is there. It's present for her, even if right now you cannot really feel it because, right, it's not like present for her in her life, but it is existing in the vibrational form. It is existing in the space in the unseen space. Let me just say it like this, in the unseen space. And with the rose garden, innocence, forgiveness, be gentle with yourself. I mean, honestly, I feel like I don't need to say more about this card. This card speaks for itself. Particularly being on top of here the recharging, grounding with a black tourmaline. If you do have black tourmaline, by the way, that could be a nice way for you to support yourself, to hold it in your hand while you're doing the breathing, or just have it in your pocket. And then when you get super stressed, just hold it for a moment. Like, something like this could really help for you if working with crystals is something that works for you. And if not, maybe give it a try. And then here with acceptance of love. Remember, with this card, I spoke about the love that you have for yourself and being very, very gentle and tender with the way that you are treating yourself. And then we got this card here. Slow down. There's no need for you to rush because everything is happening in divine timing anyway. What I mean by that is that you will receive the messages that you need to receive at the perfect time for you. You will receive the inspired ideas at the perfect time for you. And with the panic that I felt, with you perhaps feeling like your time is running out, you don't need to worry about that, because what is meant for you will always be there. And it doesn't matter if you feel like you're missing the right timing, because you cannot miss the right timing. There are a million different ways to get to where you need to get, and every single journey, every single route that is leading to that place is beautiful, and there is no wrong choosing for you. If you feel like you take a detour, just think about how much you can learn on that detour. Like, you're growing all the time. It's time for you to give yourself a little break. Give yourself a little break to recuperate. And with tend to your garden, this also speaks of the garden of your mind. It's the garden of your body, but it's also the garden of your mind. How do you speak to yourself? Right? We got here with citrine the positive energy as well. I do want to read these two cards for you. Surrender to the mystery. Fall into her arms. The Great Mother ushered you in when you took your first breath, and she'll be there when you draw your last. She knows how challenging life on Earth can be, that at times being human can be painful, lonely, and confusing, that the polarity and separation can be difficult when your soul remembers the oneness of Source. But at the same time, it can be incredibly glorious and sweet. We often see things as either good or bad. When things go well, we make it mean that everything is okay, and when things don't work out, then perhaps we've done something wrong or have something to fix. We've forgotten that life on Earth isn't like that. Polarity is at the core of the Earth experience, and through the polar extremes that we grow the most. We're not meant to avoid the night, the shadow, and the winter. This life is but a single breath in the inextinguishable existence of our experience as a soul. Hand over your worries, hurts, sorrow, fears, and doubts to the Great Mother. Lay them on her altar. Return to the sureness of the soil. Fall fully into her arms. Surrender to the mystery woven through it all. Remember that while these extremes are difficult, they can also be magnificent. That unrestrained joy is closer to grief than we think. And perhaps the more widely the pendulum of your life swings, the more you can say, I have truly lived. Rose transmission. I am ready to embrace the extremes of my life. I lay all that I am carrying onto the altar and fall into the Great Mother's arms. I got the chills with the last sentence. I have truly lived. I got the chills. Okay, let me drink a little sip of my tea, and then I will read that one for you. The Wastelands. Sustainability, slow down, tend to your garden. There's an anonymous 13th century French myth in the form of a poem called The elucidation that tells the story of a king who abuses the land he's supposed to be the guardian of. The king breaks the trust of the well maidens, the spirits who were guarding the wells of the land, and they flee. The water runs dry, the plants wilt, and the land which was once rich and fertile becomes barren, creating a wasteland. This is the most powerful card in the deck. It's a wake-up call for us to stop the destructive behavior that's resulting in us becoming brittle and unable to live in a sustainable way. The sacred feminine is abundant. She knows that the earth can provide for what we need and that she doesn't need to take more than she needs. She tends the earth around her and within her. She's the keeper of balance and the protector of all living things. The rose has seen civilizations come and go, empires rise and fall. In this card, she's delivering an urgent message to slow down and stop any way of being that's not sustainable, to release anything that's making us brittle, to tend to our garden, our bodies, and the earth around us. Soul inquiry. What way of being is no longer sustainable for you? I'm going to leave that as its own message. Now I have 2 more decks for you. I have beautiful tarot deck for you. And then I have a couple of closing messages for you. We got the Queen of Wands for you. We got the Page of Wands for you. We got the Four of Pentacles for you. By the way, I'm always putting all cards upright because I naturally also read the reversals if there are some messages, just so that you're not confused by that. I have the Two of Cups for you. And I have the Seven of Pentacles for you. I have one message I can hear coming through for you, which is release and let go. Release and let go. Now let's look a little bit at closer at what this means in the context of these cards. Now, with release and let go is something that I particularly heard when I started to look at, or when I saw, just all of these cards. With the Queen of Wands, I'm feeling more, so if I'm putting them in reverse, I would put it like this, to let you know that this is a bit of an illusion. The Queen of Wands is a very, very powerful energy, right? She has the inspired spark. It's a very confident energy. It's a very creative energy. A bit of a boss energy as well, but in a gentle manner, because you see as well, she's like the sunflower in her hand. So it's the brighter energy, being in touch with her intuition. We got the black card here, the black cat here. And I have the feeling that right now for you it's in reverse, but it's only in reverse because you feel like you are lacking a little bit of power. You feel like you are, the situation that you're currently in, that is keeping you so stressed and has all of this pressure physically on your body, and you trying to drive yourself to find a solution to that, when the solution is to actually take some rest time, is that you feel like you don't have the power to do that, when in reality you actually do. You actually do have this power, and when you calm down more, the inspired ideas start coming in and you start acting on this and replenishing your own well and giving yourself the gentle and tender care and the love that you deserve. That's when you will start to feel like your personal power is present again, because how can you feel like your personal power is present when you are trying to pour from an empty cup? There's nothing there. So of course, naturally, you would feel like there's nothing for you there, or there's nothing for you to give. Of course you would feel like that, because you cannot give anything that you don't have. And the question is, why have you been giving so much of yourself away? And Why are you putting yourself on a lower priority than everyone around you? And that question for me is the entry point for your shadow work. Why is that? Why do I think like that? Why do I feel like I'm less valuable to be taken care of? Why do I feel like others deserve to be taken care of first and not me? And that would be a starting point for the shadow work for you. Just to ask these questions and start, diving deeper into that. Because here you see the Page of Wands is an energy that is inspired. They have their, you see the Page of Wands here. Page of Wands for me is an energy that has their idea. Like, you see they got their walking stick ready, like they know what they want to do. It's like sprouted, right? So their ideas are present, and it's like you're taking a look at it and you're about ready to go. So like all of this is waiting for you, but all of this, like you going on this new journey and you starting to take the first step, because you see as well, like he's standing, he's not taking the step yet. He's just contemplating it. He's looking at it and thinking about it. And like not, it's like not and a card of like not being in action yet, but it's not being in action yet because you feel like you do not have the strength within yourself to take that step. But the positive thing here is like his legs are not fully like locked into play. You see there is a bend there. So this is basically the moment before the step, before the first step. All you need to do is realize that you do have the power, and you can start by bringing your body down, by focusing more on your central nervous system and calming your nervous system down. There are so many beautiful videos that you can look up on YouTube as well, on little practices that you can do, little things that you can do, as well as perhaps hypnosis meditation if you are comfortable with doing that. If you're comfortable with doing that, for you to release stress from the body. Now, I do have a favorite channel for doing this type of hypnosis things. I will leave it for you in the comments down below or in the description. Somewhere you can find these resources. I will leave you my favorite channel, and I will give you a video that I like to do to release stress from the body. And the nice thing about this as well is usually they're like an hour long, sometimes a bit more, and you can put that on while you're in bed. So when you're already ready to go to sleep, you put that on and you let your subconscious do the magic. But you need to find some way to subtly work on these things. So working with subconscious while you're sleeping was doing things like this hypnosis, or doing things like sleep affirmations would be beneficial. Also, even just playing some soothing music, some calm music for you in the evening, and taking some time before you go to sleep to just be with yourself and calm down. You can take an hour or a half hour to just breathe and just be. Just let your body be. Just let yourself be. You don't always have to do something. I'm going to be right back because I need to change my battery on the camera. 1 second. And like sleep hypnosis, for example, is something that if you are finding it difficult to make time for meditation, and it's difficult for you to be still, the like sleep hypnosis is something that I could really, really see benefiting you, because it's the moment where you're already trying to relax. And if you're that stressed, and like the pressure that I felt on me, if you're that stressed, probably you're also not sleeping that well, or having difficulty falling asleep, and like falling asleep, feeling stressed and waking up and still like feeling the stress like build up in your body, right? Because there's no way to release. So something like that would be beneficial, because there's always like, right, you're relaxing. There's like a guided relaxation for the body in there as well. So that would be beneficial for you. Now, as well with the Four of Pentacles, that's what I feel like with like, you need to release, because you see this energy here, like this person, they're super clenched. Like they're just like gripping, holding on, and they do not look happy. Like they don't look happy. They look stressed. To me, they look super stressed. Like not even their feet are like stressed. They're not like fully on the ground, like relaxed, but they're like at an angle. They're like at like an angle. And he looks like it's tense. Yeah, you need to release. It's like right on top of protection, recharging, and grounding as well with the recharging. You need to release. You need to let go. And here with this Two of Cups, I'm being drawn to the caduceus that's here, right? This is like the two snakes that are intertwined, which is the symbol for medicine as well. And like, yeah, doctors, etc. Just like the medical, like the healing arts. I'm just gonna say healing arts as an inclusive thing. And you see, there's a cup that's being offered for you, because the reason that this, not only this reading is coming up, but the situation for you is coming up. Remember how I said that the shadow work, or the energies that feel heavier, emotions that feel heavier to us, are coming up because they're offering us an opportunity to heal. And I feel like you going through that right now is preparing you for this beautiful, like gentle, calm life of your dreams that you are wishing for. But in order for you to be in this stage, you need to set up the foundation for it. And the foundation starts with you bringing yourself in such a calm state. You don't need to wait to be in a calm state while you have everything perfect. A calm state is something that you can actually already achieve right now. You can start to feel, and like, if you're into law of manifestation, you're familiar with this concept of feeling basically cultivating within yourself the feeling of the reality that you want to be in, and cultivating the feeling first and foremost. And through you cultivating this feeling first, the universe, because of law of manifestation, law of assumption, etc., and the way that it works, it will be drawn to you. If you're curious about that, go ahead and check it out further. But this is like a cup of healing that is being offered to you at this time. And this healing is surrounding the relationship that you have with yourself, the way that you treat yourself. And then we have here the Seven of Pentacles, which for me is a confirmation that you have accomplished a lot of things. And you see, much like this is like a garden with harvest. And any garden, we talked a little bit about the life cycles of plants, or just things being nurtured in the Make-A-Wish card in the beginning, where you have all of these different stages, right? And in order for this bush to get this big and bear this much fruit, the gardener really had to put a lot of work in. And now they're taking a rest. They're taking a rest and looking at everything that they've accomplished, and taking a rest before it's time to harvest or time to plant something new, right? So this speaks as well of the energy of you needing to take a little repose, a little time for yourself to just chill out. Just chill out. Okay. Now we are at the end of the reading. By the way, you taking this much time to listen to this reading, because I know it's long, I want you to take that much time for yourself as well, right? I feel like that's part of the reason why these readings this time are so long for me, because the first pile also already had an energy of needing to come closer to themselves and be a bit calmer, but for you as well. And I feel like that's why these energies are coming out so strongly and so clearly. And why I'm taking my sweet time to bring this message to you. Right? So this is already also a form of self-care. Now I do have the Whispers of Oracle deck. By the way, all the decks that I'm using, I will put them in the description box because I know you will ask about this. I'm going to ask for some closing guidance. I already shuffled this off camera for you, but I like to pull a few cards on camera at least. So please give me some gentle closing guidance for my pile number 2s. Gentle closing guidance for my pile number 2s. What do they need to know? What gentle closing guidance do you have for my pile number 2s? Okay. I'll take this one, but I want a second one as well. Please get a second closing guidance. Thank you so much. Oh, wow, we got 3. That's nice. All right. Wow. Okay, I'm taking the last one as well because I feel like it's important. So you actually got 4. This one came, and then we have this one. Okay, interesting. So the first card that we have for you is This Is Meant to Be. Accept the feelings in your heart as truth in the situation. You are in the right place at the right time. Doors are opening for you. Take a leap of faith and walk through them. New opportunities will appear at the perfect time, and you're fully supported on your journey. For you, I feel the first one is very, very important. Accept the feelings in your heart as truth in this situation. And we spoke about you working more with the heart center, more working with the heart space. And you're fully supported on your journey. We spoke a little bit about the opportunities will appear at the perfect time. Okay. We have everything is working out. Affirm that everything is working out for you today. Your life is about to improve. I mean, we got the breakthrough card. We got so many cards about change and being protected. And yes, this is definitely an improvement. Your life is about to improve. Adopt a more positive mindset. Trust that any challenges are leading you to a better path. Find the lesson in adversity and raise your vibration to attract more of what you want in your life. And raising your vibration is something that is done with you simply feeling better. And part of that is taking better care of yourself. We got empathic ability. Oh, I love the first one. I spoke about this. Ask your guides or angels for extra energetic protection. You can ask them. You can ask them every single day. You can ask them when you're in a situation and you feel like you would like to get a little more shielded. You can ask them. There are some bubble meditations that you can do as well, where you are envisioning yourself being in a bubble and just being in your own energy and being unaffected by what's out there. There are so many different ways that you can do that. We got your healing, peaceful energy is needed in the world today. Use your unique empathic sensitivities to inspire others. This one is important for you. Identify people and situations that cause you to feel drained. And clear your personal energy field daily. These two go hand in hand. Now, with clearing your personal energy field daily, there are many different things that you can do. It can be as simple as when you're taking a shower, going into the shower with the intention of and like asking the water to cleanse your energy field, and then envisioning while you're showering, just while you feel the water coming on your head, just feeling or envisioning basically like a shower of golden light or white light, or whatever color you feel drawn to that day, and then just feeling like this is cleansing you. Look that up. Look up different modes of clearing your energy field, cleansing yourself, and then try a few out, see what resonates with you. If you don't already have a practice that works for you. If you do have a practice, you know what works best for you, you're already golden. Oh, and we have clear space. Yep. Identify and release energy that isn't yours. Avoid spending time with people who drain your energy. Learn personal energy protection methods. I feel like they cannot be clearer than this. Practice energy clearing rituals in your home, such as burning sage or using crystals. You can also cleanse with envisioning white light, right? So you don't need any tools. You can also do it with just your mind space. Again, look it up. And reduce clutter in your home or workspace to open the flow of energy. Yeah. All right, my beautiful pile of twos. This is what we have for you. It's very, very clear. I'm sending you the biggest hug. I believe that you can do this. You can get through this. You can face what needs facing. You can open your heart. You can find your calm. It's not an elusive state that you only reach when you are going on a vacation and stand on top of a mountain once a year. It's something that you can achieve in your daily life. Wild analogy. Funny how that came out. Well, it's something that you can practice, right? It's a practice. It's a feeling that's like being practiced. And the more activities that you are doing that are geared towards bringing your body peace and bringing your mind peace and calming you down, the more present this feeling will be in your life. It's not something that you find. It's something that you're creating. That's very, very important. Very, very important. And that is what I have for you. I hope I will see you again next time. I will upload readings, I think, about twice a week. And because this is a new channel and we're at the end of your reading, let me tell you a little bit about what this new YouTube channel for me is going to be about. I am an energy worker and I create on many different levels. I am a Reiki healer, I am a tarot reader and channel, an intuitive, and I'm an artist. And on the channel, there will be a mix of these things. There will also be some beautiful crafty DIY things to do, all centered around well-being and shadow work and just creating the most beautiful life for yourself. And if that sounds interesting to you and this reading resonated for you, please, you know, the drill. It's YouTube. Leave me a like. You can comment and subscribe however you feel like. I would love to hear a little bit about how this reading resonated for you. So any comment that you're leaving about that would be greatly appreciated. And I'm sending you the biggest hug in the world. Have a beautiful rest of your day. And I hope I will see you again next time. Bye. If you chose pile number 3 with the Fresh Approach card, welcome to your little reading today. Now, before we get into this card and all the others that I pulled for you, I want to give you a couple of messages because when I pulled your cards, I heard a few things because I'm clairaudient. For you, I heard a song from The Clash, Should I Stay or Should I Go? And I heard like over and over repeated the word choices. Choices. It's your choice. It's your choice. And then I also heard tough choices. And I got a couple more messages regarding like what the tough choices are or what this is pertaining to. But we will get to this when we're in the card. Now, let's look at this lovely card first before we get further on. And by the way, on my camera right now, it's I have like 7 hours and 7 minutes left to record. So 77 might be an important number for you. You might want to look up that numerology for it. And when I look at this card, to me, it's a very beautiful card. It's a very peaceful card in a way as well. Like she is in full contemplation mode when you just look at her. But it looks like she has a little bit of like with the way that she's holding her hand, like it does not feel like it's making this fresh approach is very easy. It feels like it's a bit of it feels a little bit heavy, even though she has the whole universe, like all energies of the universe backing her up. Because you see here we got the animal kingdom from like the land animals, we got the sea animals. There are also actually some birds in there, etc. And there's all of the flora. You see down here, let me bring this up for you. You see down here we have the lily pads, right? And lilies are And lilies are growing down in the mud of rivers and lakes, etc. And then they come up through the mud, like through the darkness, right? Because down there, it's pretty dark. It's not a lot of light reaches down there. So they bloom like through or grow through the mud and the darkness up to the light. So they're always striving for the light. And I mean, here she has the rainbow present. And I'm also drawn to this. I think it's supposed to be the earth, but to me right now it looks like it's a bubble. It's a bubble that's filled with water and clouds. That's what it looks like to me, with water and clouds. Why is that important? Okay. It's important because to me it feels like, with the water, like the sea and the clouds, right? This is also with the condensation of the water. That's how the clouds are formed, etc. So for me, this feels like it's a containment of feelings for you, right? Because it's also right in front of her chest where she's like holding her hands up almost like a barrier. So for me, right off the bat, it feels like you are containing your emotions a little bit. And as well, when I first tapped into your energy, I felt like my heart was beating very fast, but not in a panicked way. Not fast, like a little faster, but like very, very strong. And this like heart area was highlighted for me. And it felt a little bit like a heavy heart. I forgot to say that, but I wrote it down. I just, So let's see. And with the choices coming out, it's very, very interesting to me because I gave you these two objects to choose from, right? Like one is a real acorn that I picked up while I was going on a walk that's already cracked open, right? There's a crack here. And then this one here is actually, like this top part is real and this bottom part here is fake. Like this is plastic that they glued on there. And when I picked the objects, I was very, very drawn to picking particularly this one with the fake bit as well. And I was already curious why. And with the tough choices, it makes a lot more sense to me, because with the crack, it's like there are two messages here for the crack. The first message is with the crack is that the changes or the choices that you have to make, like the situation that this crack is basically in, or the crack has formed in, for some of you, I feel like it's a relationship. For some of you, I feel like it's job related, but actually I feel like for most of you, it might be more relationship, like romantic relationship or romantic relationship, that the crack is already there. But the second message for this is with the crack that's there, it's easy to focus only on the crack. But when we think about this acorn with the crack that's there, that's actually where the water is going to come in, and it's going to be able to nurture the inside, right? The seed inside. That's when it's getting the water, then it can start to germinate and like grow and like crack this acorn open and start to become a whole new tree. So, and with the second choice here, which also tells me that there are two choices for you, it looks like it's real. The top is intact, but when the acorns fall down, the top part is actually supposed to come off in order to allow for these cracks, in order to allow for the water to come in, to like germinate here, right? So even though this looks like it's more intact, in a way it's facade. It's in a way it's a facade. Okay. All right, that's enough for these two. I'm going to put them over here for now, and then let's get into your cards. Okay, so we got expansion next for you. Let's have a look at this card for you. Got a fresh approach. We got I got the three cards. Let me put it right here. And then we have renewal of peace. Oh, that's such a sweet card. And by the way, if you hear background noise, I'm really sorry. There's a construction site going on, and I think they're getting some deliveries. But this is the only time I can record today. And I really want to get this message out to you tomorrow. So that's where we are. Now, this is actually getting a bit more clear, right? We have the fresh approach, the expansion, and the renewal of peace. And with the expansion, look at that. There are like two unseen energies, like two elemental energies that are like holding their hand, or not holding their hand. They're like, like making a pact almost. And the feeling that I'm getting with this is that this is your spirit team, like different aspects, different parts of your spirit team that are coming together to be like, right, this person is right here, right now. Let's plan this expansion. What's the best possible way for them to go, right? So we're bringing them a gentle guidance reading through me. And they need to know that all of the ships that are here that right now you cannot see, right? Like all of these ships, you cannot see the silver lining or all of the blessings that are coming in right after this tough choice and after you've been through that. But nonetheless, they're on the way, and they're even more on the way back here, right? So these are like things, these ones up here, like things that currently you have no idea about. And with the expansion, it's time for you to expand. And we got even like some lovers down here. I never saw that on this card before, and I looked at this a lot of times. So we got a couple down here. Like he's leaning towards her and she has her foot in the water, but she's kind of like, look at her. She's kind of like leaning away from him. That's so interesting. With the messages, or with the other symbolism that we have here with the hummingbird, right? Like the hummingbirds are very, 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 very fast movers, but they're capable of standing still as well when they want to. And in combination with the expansion card, for me, I feel like you are capable of expanding very fast, and you have expanded a lot in the past, and maybe that's why you are in this position of making these tough choices now, because you have expanded so much already that the crack has formed, that it doesn't really fit anymore. It does not fit the new version of you, your relationship or your job situation, basically, or your friendship. I mean, relationship can also be non-romantic, right? So I'm just going to say relationship. It feels to me like, because you've already expanded quite a bit, the old doesn't fit anymore. And so you have to make these tough choices and feel your way into it and be like, okay, should I stay or should I go? And with expansion, they also want to let you know that this is just the beginning of your expansion. While you feel like you've shifted a lot already, this was just the beginning. There's so much more to come for you, and like in a beautiful way. So you see, you got like all of these double rainbows here, and just look at the lush greenery of it all. Like you see there are new cities waiting, like new castles, like just so much more for you to explore. And then with renewal of peace, I feel like the renewal of peace is the reason why you came here. I feel like the renewal of peace is the reason why you clicked on this reading, because it's not easy to expand so much or to change so much, even if it's in a positive way, to then end up in the situation and realize that you have outgrown your environment. It's not easy. It's not easy at all, and it can feel very, very tiring. It feels heavy. I know from personal experience as well, like I've done that multiple times. It feels kind of heavy, and it can almost feel like something is wrong because the things that you used to relate to, you don't relate to anymore. And that's a perfectly normal way of growth. And I know that it's not 100% favored or not talked about a lot when you are an adult and you start to grow, that your environment at a certain point also needs to change because you have changed so much. But here with the renewal of peace, I'm going to read this card for you. With the renewal of peace, do you see this little fey baby? Look how all of the forest, look how all of these beautiful energies are watching over her. You even got tree spirits present here, right? So like everyone is watching over this little baby, and this little baby in the instance is you. Now we have here these leaves. This to me feels like fall, right? We got the crumpled up, dried up leaves, but we also got the bluebells, right? So this is more also a sign of spring. Like this is the renewal that this card speaks of. But you are fully supported in this, and it's also important for you to take a little bit more time to rest, right? Because expansion is tough work. It's draining on the body. Now let me read Renewal of Peace for you. And let me hold this card up for you while I read that, because it's nice to see. So, Renewal of Peace. It is important to maintain peace with all aspects of your life: mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual. Inner imbalances can often manifest in your daily life if you don't make the time to take care of yourself. It doesn't matter whether or not your imbalance is a negative one. Being optimistic to the point of believing yourself to be invincible can also lead to challenges. Balance is best achieved through listening to your body. Take time for yourself. Allow your inner power to heal and return to being peace-filled. This will assist you and make you stronger. Okay, I want to look at some more cards. By the way, I got a lot of cards. So the first one that we got is Saraswati, goddess of art, music, knowledge, and eloquence. Yeah. You place it down here because I got a lot of cards. Okay, the next card that we have for you is Dana, the flowing one, mother goddess of forest, people, and fairy. And you see how here, like around her heart center, there's the world. It's interesting. We have last quarter release. We have White Terra, mother creator, goddess of peace and protection. Oh, that's so beautiful. We got Rainbow Fluorite, focus, productivity, creativity. We got Spider Woman, she who creates from a central source. You got a lot about creativity and creation already. Oh, this is so wonky. I'm going to adjust it in a second. We got for you Eclipse with transformation. Wow. And yeah, I'm going to talk about this later, but you see, like, she's fully rooted. Okay. And then we have Cycle, honor your phases. So what I'm getting from these cards is that you've been working on expanding or creating something new for yourself. I'm speaking about like personal development. You've been working and chipping away at this for a while now. That's the feeling that I'm getting. And with like the focus and the productivity, something that you've been working on for quite a while. You've been working on this for quite a while, and you've reached a bit of a plateau. And now it's time for the fresh approach to look at your situation and realize, or look at it and recognize that you've grown as much as you can in the current situation that you're in, and to make a choice on how you can move forward, like what's next for you. The reason I'm saying that is because we got the Mother Creator at the center of your reading, and like here, like all of her, like she's seeing with her. She's seeing with her third eye, but she's also seeing with her hands. So this seeing through the hands, this is like the practical aspect of it. The practical aspect of it. And she's sitting on an opened lotus flower, which speaks of this enlightenment. It's the realization of it all. With the goddess of peace and renewal of peace, and like protection. Remember, you are protected on this. Your spirit team is with you on this. And this is supposed to happen right now. Like you're supposed to address this particular topic about your life right at this moment. So that it's the reason that it's coming up for you is natural. And with the focus, you've been very focused on yourself. And now it's time to release. But when we look at this release card, also I know I'm skipping all over through them, but it doesn't really matter. Now with the release card, you see here as well, like her, when you look at her and her face, you see that her eyes are closed, and where her third eye is a diamond. So this speaks of this enlightened state that you have reached, and you see like this like flow of leaves. It speaks of this release. It's the change, and it's kind of it's interesting that this is coming up if you are in the northern hemisphere, of course, that this is coming up for you in autumn when we literally have all of the leaves falling. Because to me, autumn as well is the season where we are being called to release. We're being called to let go, to make space for the calm and the quiet that comes after the release. So the winter is the germination phase, basically, where we're resting our spirit, resting our mind, resting our soul to gather up new ideas, so that when spring comes, we're ready to spring into action again and to create the new. So this is really interesting for me that this is coming up. But you see, she's also like in a meditative pose, and the hands are as well like here. It's like in front of the heart. So are in front of the heart, much like the hands here are in front of the heart, much like here. And this gesture as well is like a gesture of gratitude. But this is also a way to focus, where you can focus on feeling the warmth of your hands. Just maybe do that for a moment. Feel the warmth of your hands. Feel the aliveness that you actually have within yourself. Right? And like throughout all of this, you've got yourself. And you also got yourself going forward, whichever one of the choices that you're going to make. You're being called to release something here, but again, it's your choice, right? It's your choice what you're releasing, because we live in a universe with free will, and you get to decide which one of the million roads that you want to go down on, because you are at a bit of a crossroads. And the beauty of that is wherever we're supposed to wherever we are meant to end up, we're gonna end up there, whether or not we take this way or that way. Like maybe this way has a longer detour, but that's quite all right. And we got here Dana, the flowing one, mother goddess of forest, people, and fairy. Remember, I spoke about the fae as well a bit in this energy, or in this card with the expansion as well as like all around here. So I feel like you do have a connection to the elemental energies of this planet. So spending some time in nature when you can would be very beneficial for you, to ground yourself, to let your mind wander, to breathe in the peace of your surroundings. That would be very beneficial for you. And with the flowing one, and you see that she has, like I said, the world around her heart. And remember here, I spoke about this bubble that I think it's supposed to be the earth, but to me it feels like it's feelings that are being a little bit bottled up, a little bit held back. They want to flow. Like release these feelings that you're bottling up. Like release these feelings that you're feeling, because this is going to help you achieve more peace and to refocus your energy. I'm also being drawn to this idea of flowing, right? Like flowing with change, flowing with expansion. I know that's easy to say and very, very difficult to do, to flow with expansion, because everything is rapidly changing, and it can feel like the rug is being pulled from under us, because we've changed so much. And because we've changed so much, we look at the situations in our life or the relationships in our life, or job, that everything has stayed the same, that it feels like it stayed the same for us. Nothing ever stays the same. Everything changes. But perhaps the people or the situations have not grown with us at the same speed, because everyone grows at their own speed. And because of that, it feels like they stood still while we have taken leaps and bounds already. And that's not easy. That's not easy at all, but flow with this change or with this expansion as much as you can. And you can flow with this change more when you are at peace, because what you're actually growing into is you're growing into a more true version of yourself, into a version that's much more at peace with yourself, with who you are, with what you want to do with your life, how you want to set yourself up, where you want to live, where you want to travel to, if perhaps you want to move, because I also feel like you maybe want to move to a different city or a different location, and for you to be more at peace with this, because you are moving forward in such a way that feels best to you. And this is really highlighted for me because this is favorable. You growing and growing together with your heart, like listening to your heart and then following that journey of expansion is perfect. And that is the fresh approach for me. That is where the fresh approach comes in, because you've been holding on to something that it was once aligned with your heart, but now it's not anymore. So it's time to let go. It's time to release. And we have here with the goddess of knowledge, right? Because you've learned so much, you've grown so much already. So much already. And your spirit guides, they want to let you know that they are so proud of you. They are so proud of you for the journey that you've been on. They are so, so, so proud of you. You've done so well. And if you're getting also teary-eyed right now, that's fair, because I am too, so I assume that you are. And they're happy with everything that you're doing, and they know it's tough. They know it's tough. That's why they're around you. And by the way, if you are ever in a position where you're questioning whether or not they're around you, you can ask them for a sign. And you can be specific as well. You can ask them and let them know, hey, if you're really surrounding me, I'm having a tough time. I need a little bit of support from you. For confirmation, please give me a red feather. Or anything that comes up for you. Like, you can pick your symbol. You can let them know and be like, hey, this is my symbol for you. And then watch where it appears. Right? They're very, very adamant about this for me to let you know this, that you ask them for a sign so that they can then give it to you. Which brings me to these three cards here. With Spider Woman, she who creates from a central source. And you see she's quite at peace. She's quite at peace, and she is creating from her heart space, right? So it's a new way of living as well for you to be more heart-centered, or to change your environment in such a way that you can live the heart-centered life that you desire. And this also speaks of relationships, right? Because let's say we discover what our heart desires in a new way, and we shift, and perhaps before we did what from the outside looked like it's a good idea or what's being expected from us, and we move into something that feels more real to us, even though there's a crack then in the foundation of the things that perhaps society or other people are expecting from us. This is what this crack is about. It feels strange, and everyone around us makes us feel like we are strange, because they are still clinging to this expected way of doing things, when in reality, it's not really how life is supposed to be. Life is supposed to be heart-centered. You're supposed to live your life according to who you are, what you want, and how you feel like, regardless of the situation of the other people surrounding you. And if you are being made, or like if others around you are making you feel like this idea of living a heart-centered life is a bit crazy, and I'm also getting a little hint of some of you being part of the LGBTQ plus community, everyone who is fitting into the norms that are existent in our world and are not happy about it, they're going to be pissed off at you for living a heart-centered life. But they're only pissed off at you. The part of them that is pissed off at you is the part of them that is projecting. It's the part of them that know that technically they would be better off in doing what you're doing. But because you are not complying, it then makes them question, why are they complying to these rules? And people don't like to question themselves in that way. It's very uncomfortable. It can feel very, very scary. So they will do anything to make someone who is living a heart-centered life that is outside of the norm, whatever the norm even is, right? Whatever that is just like, that's why you're made to be felt like it's a wrong choice for you to do. But don't listen to that. That's just for some of you, but that's exactly it, right? You choosing to operate at a higher level or a different level than you were before, at a level that's more aligned for you, which then brings more peace to you. Even if people cannot physically put their finger on what has changed about you, they know it. They know this expansion. They know that something has changed about you, and they see that you are more you than you were before. And that is a bit scary, because there's also then, in a way, less control over you. And with this transformation card here, you see she has one hand over her second chakra, which is the sacral chakra, and the other one around her heart chakra. It's being highlighted, right? And you see her third eye here is the blood moon. So it's like this eclipse. It's not the blood moon, but is it the blood moon? Why did I say blood moon? Perhaps something changed around you around the blood moon this year, potentially. And with the sacral chakra and the heart chakra being highlighted here, the sacral chakra is connected to feeling pleasure. It's connected to emotions. It's connected to fluidity as well. And it is the seat of our emotional identity in our life. And when chakras are imbalanced, they can be overactive or underactive. And for you, I'm feeling like it was a little bit overactive. And then spiraling now, maybe it's been spiraling for a bit between overactive and underactive. And what I mean with this, with overactive characteristics of that would be to be overly emotional, to have poor boundaries. I'm feeling a little bit the poor boundaries, a little bit towards other people, because you are more compliant in a way, more along the lines of people pleasing. And when it is not as active as it should be, it comes out as emotional numbness and a little bit of fear of pleasure. And that's why we have this heart center connected to the sacral, where these two are highlighted, because the heart center speaks of your speaks as well of poor boundaries when it is overactive. So these two go hand in hand. And the balanced aspect of this is to live a heart-centered life. And with you putting more boundaries in place for in regards to others, with having your own well-being at the forefront of your mind, then it also makes sense that other people are or feel like they are being rubbed in the wrong way, right? Because that's not that comfortable. When people have a certain amount of control over you and you set different boundaries, most of the time they're not that happy to accept it if they've been pushing you over beforehand and taking advantage of you and getting something out of you, having less strong boundaries. But it's very, very positive for me, because you see, you've made this connection. You are listening more to your feelings. You are learning to have a healthy emotional life and to process your emotions in a healthy manner. And because of that, was the biggest part of the expansion that you've just been through, for you to understand your feelings a bit more. And you see, this person here, like they're at peace. They have made this connection and they are deeply, deeply rooted into the earth and into who they are. That's so beautiful. I'm so happy for you. I know that's very, very tough work to do. Very, very tough work to do. And now I also see why your spirit guides were like, I'm super proud of you. I'm proud of you too. That's really, really difficult to do. To get so close to yourself and so in tune with your feelings. That's incredible. That's wonderful. And that's why probably the last card that we have here is the cycle card with honoring your phases. And you see she's sitting in the open lotus flower as well, and it's like centered. You see her heart is down here. Her hands are down here, and around her heart centered, like the lotus flower is open. Oh, that's so beautiful. I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy for you. Okay. This is going to be a long reading, by the way, because I pulled a lot of cards, and I did not want to restrict anything, because this is, like I said, a new channel for me. So I'm basically getting to know my collective. So longer readings are fine. We got for you the bud, potential promise. It's about to happen, and keep going. Yeah, keep going. And you see here as well, there's the heart present at the center again. I love that. This is directly like from your spirit guides who are like, it's about to happen. Like keep going with this expansion. Like keep going with yourself. Keep going. You got this. We got rapture, sensuality, love, devotion, romance, and ecstasy, and pleasure, which again brings me back to the sacral chakra. Which, by the way, you could read up a little bit on the sacral chakra and connect into it, or doing a meditation surrounding the sacral chakra. We got held, sureness of soil, unseen help, support, and community. Yes, this is your spirit team, that they got your back. They are surrounding you. They got your back through this. We got, crowning, initiation, thresholds, birth, rebirth, a seat at the table. And when you look at this card as well, we got the rose, we got the birth, we got the little baby, right? We also got the baby with the renewal of peace card. And you see here the baby is being held, and that is you. You're being held at this time. This is a beautiful new version of yourself. All you need to do is adjust the environment to fit the new version of you. It's no crime to outgrow our environments and to end up realizing that they don't support us anymore. It's our job to create an environment that fully nourishes ourselves. And if that means changing certain things up, that's fine. You're going to be so much happier after you've done that, even if there's a heavy heart involved and like feelings of grief and loss to work through. That's fine. You can do this. We got open, say yes, expand through the extremes, and trust life. And you see how here, like she's like opening her heart, like right when you have this posture and you have your arms like this. And you see there is a light coming down straight to the heart center as well. So it's being highlighted here. That's so beautiful. That's so beautiful. I'm going to read this card for you. And then the last one, which was at the bottom of the deck, we got Mystic Rose, compassion, devotion, humility, humanity, and grace. And again, here, the heart center is being highlighted. And the message that I'm feeling from this card for you is to have more compassion for yourself as you're going through this change, because this is a tough change to go through. Okay, let me move all of these over for a second. So I feel like I want to read Held. And I want to read these three, I feel like. Yeah. So I got held. Sureness of soil, unseen help, support, and community. When times are turbulent, to keep ourselves steady, we need something to hold on to. When things are crumbling around us, we must find something we can count on that won't budge. Deep roots to hold us steady when the winds of change come blowing. A supportive community around us. When we leave home, we must find something to hold us. When our lover When our lover leaves, we must find something to hold us. When the job ends, we must find something to hold us. When our parents die, we must find something to hold us. When we think there's nothing holding us, it's an invitation to find new supportive ground. This is where we can discover the sureness of the soil, the holding of the roots, and reach out to our community for extra holding. We were never meant to grow on this earth alone. Sometimes life rips us from what we cling to the most, or perhaps we cling to it for we can feel the cycles of change coming. Yet in the darkness of our longest, darkest night, we discover that it's in the empty spaces that we can be reached and held the most. It's in these that we discover a holding that we didn't know before. And we discover that what we thought was a tomb was actually a womb. You're being called to trust that the Great Mother has got you, to trust in the sureness of her soil, to trust the process of what's unfolding and that you're not going through this alone. Soul inquiry. How can you call in more support in your life? And what's holding you right now? I feel like we spoke a little bit about the roots before, right? And for you to figure out what makes you feel at peace, and a change of scenery as well. That's so nice. Now the next two, I think I'm gonna read these just straight away, like one after the other, because they're connected. We got the crowning. Initiation, thresholds, birth, rebirth, a seat at the table. There comes a time when the flower knows that it can no longer remain in the protective constraints of the bud. Somehow it needs to trust in the birthing energy and surrender to the unknown of the bloom. The same birthing energy exists within all of nature and in birth, both physical and metaphorical. It's an initiation for the mother as well as the child who transitions from the water world of the womb to a whole new one on earth. This is a card of crossing thresholds and walking through the gates of initiation, which requires great courage and faith. They're rolling contractions, and it's almost always not straightforward. As we transition from one thing to another, we're called to burst through the constraints of the seed and then the certainty of the bud so that something new can bloom from within. We are always birthing something, and deep inside we know that the only way to surrender to the initiation is to surrender to the innate power within. This power is inner, but it is also connected with the intelligence that exists within all life. It's the same energy that tells flowers when to bloom, and it was present when you grew in your mother's womb. Trust in that. It will carry you through. Surrender to what's wanting to be born through you. Life is always trying to initiate us into even more of who we truly are. Soul inquiry. How is life trying to initiate you? Open. Say yes, expand through the extremes, trust life. This is probably one of the biggest challenges in life. Keeping your heart open through the extremes. No one is immune to the highs and lows of the human experience. From the ecstasy to the agony, the joy to the grief, the love to the loss. We cannot bypass the difficult parts of being human if we want to truly experience the bliss. And if you close your heart off to the grief, you won't be able to fully experience the joy. The rose teaches us this, season after season. She knows that if she does not surrender to each of the seasons, come summer she won't be able to bloom. Birth teaches us this too. The safer the mother feels, the more she can open. Living and dying with your heart open is truly a courageous act, as a life well lived is full of losses and tragedies, as well as great love, triumphs, and adventures. When we're going through difficult times, when we most want to separate, the healing is often found in connection and not separation. When we close our heart and shut down because the pain is too much, we often find ourselves more separate than before. The rose shows us how to open to the world, no matter what the day brings. This card is here to encourage you to say yes to life. to expand through the extremes, and to put your 2 feet wholly and completely in. Soul inquiry. How can you say yes to life? I don't know how you feel, but that felt powerful to me. What I found very interesting was with the crowning that it spoke about not being able to be constrained by the bud anymore. And we got this journey, here, starting with the card of the bud, with like potential promise, it's about to happen, keep going. And then we got this like with being held and the birthing process and being initiated and being like open to the new. That's so beautiful. Okay, I have some more cards for you. So I got for you the Knight of Cups. I got for you the 6 of Cups. I got for you, this makes a lot of sense, the Death card. I got for you the 3 of Wands. Oh, I got for you the Sun card. Look how happy this kid is. Which, by the way, has been grown since they were being a baby. Not being a baby in the sense that you were overreacting. I'm talking about the growth cycle here, okay? We got the World card next. And whoa, we got the Temperance card was your overarching energy from this deck, by the way, so I decided to pull it because I had a feeling about the alchemical process here. So I'm actually, like, before I'm getting in these cards, I'm going to start with this one here, with the Temperance energy. First of all, this angel is connected to all of the elements, right? They are standing with 1 foot in the water, with 1 on land. They have their wings, and then their like head is highlighted with the rays. So for me, this speaks of the ether. And what they're doing is they have a mixing cup. So to me, it feels like you are not just right now, but also going forward, trying to find the perfect balance within your life. And what I mean with perfect balance is you're trying to find the right mix in your life, to find the right balance between your energy and taking care of yourself while also being there for others, finding the right balance in your relationship between compromises and sticking to your own will, and just all around, like all areas, just finding the right balance within your life. I really feel that you are doing that, and you've been doing that before. So this is more so like a continuation of what you've been doing. But what you've been doing before has been focused a little bit more on your relationship to other people, whereas now it's a little bit more centered on yourself because it's coming from your heart space, right? So it's less about the compromises that lead to you denying your own needs to be fulfilled, and the compromises that you're searching for now is you honoring your needs while also honoring the needs of the person that is the other side of the compromise. So I really, really feel that very, very strongly with you finding the right balance here. And that's why it's on the transformation card, and with like honor your cycles, where you're just honoring yourself a lot more, which is very, very beautiful. Very, very beautiful. Okay. With the Knight of Cups here, underneath the bud with potential promise, and it's about to happen and keep going. I mean, first of all, this knight is in movement, but with the cups, this speaks of emotional fulfillment. So this is this change that you're going through and this expansion that you're going through, finding what makes you happy first and foremost. There's a promise for that. There is forward movement to that, even if right now, because things are crumbling and you feel like you are running up against like all of these borders, even though right now it does not necessarily feel like this is the outcome or this feels so far away, but there'll be more people coming into your life, more people, different scenarios, different situations, right? You got the world at your fingertips here. You are creating your environment. You got this beautiful opportunity to transform. That's why it's on the Spider Woman here, the world card, she who creates from a central source, because you are creating the world surrounding you through your thoughts, through your feelings, through the vibration that you're sending out and what you're attracting right back at you. And because you've been doing this work, you need to trust as well when new people are coming in. When you're going through this expansion, or you are a little bit further along, like after this initiation process, the people that are coming into your life are going to be vastly different to the ones that are in your life right now. The environment that you're in, the job, etc., like everything, like lovers, everything is going to be vastly different to what it is right now, because you've been going through this transformation. You're changing yourself and you're changing your life from the inner to the outer. And that is the most powerful way to change. Very, very proud of you. And you see here, this to me is like, you see there's a cup that's being handed. There's like a cup of love being handed to you. And this cup of love is being handed to you right now. It's from your spirit team. Right now it's from your spirit team. Right? So you're taking it. The one from your spirit team, this like invitation to go through this expansion is being handed to you. And I have a feeling that you're going to take this offer. The second aspect is with the rapture, like sensuality, love, devotion, romance, ecstasy, and pleasures, that there is a cup being handed to you of love. And you see, you got a choice here. There's so many other cups present that it's your choice regarding partners, whether or not you want to take that. This brings me back to the relationship that I spoke of in the beginning, where I felt like it's time for you to maybe move forward because you've expanded so much that you don't really match each other anymore. And that's why it's on the flowing card and the release card as well, because there's so much more. There's so much more that fits the new version of you like an absolute beautiful latex glove. Are you into latex gloves? Because that's usually not something that I would have gone for in terms of first thought. I mean, okay, exposing myself on camera. That's, well, what's new? All right, let's move on. You got the death card next, right on top of the release, and the goddess of peace and protection. And the death card here is like the death and rebirth, right? This brings me back to the piece of renewal card where I spoke a little bit about the autumn time, and that this is the perfect time to release something, to make space for the new. And you see how much this card is glowing as well. Like, this is not a scary death. This death is filled with so much light for you and so much possibility for the new life. And I'm excited. And you see, like, you are in the driver's seat of this change. You are deciding what comes with you into the next version of yourself and what stays. What comes with you and what needs to go, basically, what needs to be released. It's up to you. It's your choice. It's truly your choice. Brings me back to the song with the Clash. Should I stay or should I go? Yeah. And the thing with change is it's inevitable. Like, everything changes all the time. The question is, what are we doing with this? Like, how are we reacting to this? Are we pretending it's not there? Are we pretending that the cracks that we saw, or the fakeness, let's say the fakeness of it all, is not there? Are we pretending it's not there? Is this helpful to us? Does this feel good to us? Or is it perhaps time to create a more authentic life for ourselves? And that's why we also got the Three of Wands here. It's like, to me, when I look at this, I mean, this person here is looking out at sea, and there are different ships here. There are 3 different ships here with different sizes. There's a bigger one, and then there are 2 smaller ones, and there are also 3 wands. So there are different options for you to take. Like, all of these options are in bloom. You see, like, these wands are in bloom, and one is behind them, which for me, or like 2 of them are behind them, which feels to me like these are the symbols of these old situations or old relationships. Perhaps it's also, I feel like actually for you, it's more than just one area, because I feel like you came here for the peace, and we started out with a relationship, but we realized this change is happening on so many more levels. It affects pretty much every area of your life. And that's why you have some areas here that are behind you, because you've already made the choice to release that. And that's part of this expansion. That's why your spirit guides said that they're so fucking proud of you, because you've already changed so much. And I need to change my battery. I'll be back in 1 second and speak more about this. And I'm back. This is like the old situations that you've already left behind. And you see there is one that is, when you look at this, just where this is standing, it's like slightly in front. So I can tell that you're already like, you're reaching already for the new. And you're looking out at sea, or you're looking out at, sea or the ocean is also a symbol of our deepest emotions, or our emotional identity, our emotional world in general. And I feel like you're looking out at all of the options and just taking a contemplative moment of just taking a little repose for yourself. Yeah, making choices. And then I got the beautiful Sun card. We got this one. So like, after you've made your choice and you just decided to move forward, it's also right on the like focus, productivity, creativity, and she who creates from a central source as well, with the crowning, because there's so much happiness, there's so much sunlight, and just like all around goodness on the other side of that for you. Like, going forward, this is the life that you're creating as well. I'm feeling drawn to just pure joy, like pure happiness, right? This is when I see this child here, I always think about the inner child and the creativity and just having some playtime. And I feel like aside from doing a meditation on your sacral chakra, or some affirmations for that, which speaks of pleasure and emotions, and going into nature to ground yourself, to be surrounded by more peace, I feel like you also got a little message of letting your inner child out at play. And we got a couple of cards about creativity here, right? And our creativity, the source of our creativity, is actually our very, very beautiful and vibrant inner child. That's the essence of the artist, is they have kept their inner child alive. So if you can go to, you don't even have to go to an art store. You can just go outside and find some leaves and do a little just like childlike crafting, or like do some painting. But you don't have to be good at any of this. Just do it for the pure joy of it. Like, whatever you want to do. Is there perhaps a craft that you always wanted to try out? Is there something like that and you never did? That would be a good time for you to do that and reconnect a little bit to the joy and to the pleasure, and just doing things because you enjoy them. Like, not always being so serious and like centered on the situation and the growth. Like, give yourself a little break. Give yourself a little break. Yeah, we spoke about these 2 cards already. Okay. With the World card, yes, you're creating a beautiful new world for you. So nice. Oh, I'm excited for you. I'm really excited for you. And I can feel you're already feeling better than you did at the beginning of this reading, so that's good. You're already starting to feel a little bit more excited. Okay, we're almost done with your reading. I only have 2 more cards to pull from you, and I like to pull a few cards on camera as well. I pre-shuffled these. All of the decks that I'm using, by the way, are going to be in the description down below, because I know that you will ask about this. And this is just like a little closing message for you. Okay. So, So my beautiful pile number 3s, let's get a closing message for you. Can I please get gentle guidance and a closing message for my pile number 3s? Can I please get a gentle closing message for my pile number 3s? Can I please get, thank you. I would like to have a second one. Please get a closing message for my pile number 3s. Please get a closing message for my pile number 3s. Perfect. Okay, thank you so much. Oh, I'm taking the bottom deck energy as well. Okay, so the first card that we have for you is doing your best. Respect your body's physical and emotional capacity today. Reorganize your priorities or to-do list. Oh, wow. The next one. Avoid trying to please everyone today or biting off more than you can chew. This one. Give yourself credit for how far you've come on your journey. And camera focus, yes. Clearly communicates your needs to others today. With doing your best, I feel like you would benefit from affirming to yourself every day that you're doing your best. And when it comes to doing our best, it's not the same. Like, it doesn't look the same every single day. And I feel like when it comes to self-improvement, that's something that is not being spoken of enough, because you get like all of these videos about morning routines and getting up at 4:30 and just like always hustling to the absolute max. And while on paper that looks good, that's not really the reality of what doing your best is, because your capacity for what you can manage each day, it changes. Like, it's not the same every day. You don't have the same capacity every single day. So doing your best each day looks different. It's also, especially when you're going through an expansion like you are in the heart center, and like handling these emotions of grief and like feeling like you're out of place and recognizing that there is a new environment waiting for you. There are a lot of emotions connected to this. And when you're honoring that, that also means that your capacity each day is different. So you have one day where you are massively productive and it's beautiful. And the next day you are, when it comes to doing things, less productive, but you spend more time feeling your feelings and processing that, and that's still doing your best. That's incredible. So honor that for yourself and affirm that for yourself, that with you like respecting your body's physical and emotional boundaries, that you are doing your absolute best. Yeah. And this one was the last card. We got the power of repetition. Have patience with yourself and the process. Continue steady on your path. Remember, we got keep going down here as well. Identify habits that no longer serve you. Resist comparing your progress to that of others. And track your results, but try not to dwell on them. I feel like that's less, the last two I feel like are less important for you. I feel like with resist comparing your progress to that of others, you know why it doesn't make sense to compare progress to that of others? It doesn't make a lot of sense because all of us are going to different directions. All of us are going to different destinations. All of us have different life paths. And because of that, all of us are going to different destinations. So you cannot compare the two journeys because you're not going to the same place, right? It's like if I were to travel to Paris and that's my journey, and I'm comparing my journey going to Paris to someone going to Prague. And first of all, it depends on where you are in the world, whether that's a short journey or a long journey. But also it's different directions and different destinations. So the journey there needs to look completely different. You take different types of transport, etc. Right? So if you're falling into this habit, or if this is something that is coming up for you where you're like, oh, damn, I'm still working on this. I feel like I'm still expanding. I feel like I still haven't gotten the hang of it. If you are doing that to yourself, try to remember or gently speak to yourself and let yourself know that you are going to a unique destination for you. And you're well on your way. you're well on your way. Your spirit guide said so. They're so proud of you for your progress and your effort and how you're going. Try to do that. And identify habits that no longer serve you. I feel like this has been an ongoing topic for you. You've already been doing that massively. That's why we're even here. That's why we're even with the button, like, keep going. That's why you're coming into this moment of being initiated and being rebirthed. We're only being rebirthed after we've done a lot of internal work. So good job on that. And that's why we got awakening next. Oh, wow, the first one. Allow parts of your life that no longer serve you to fall away in order to make room for the new. I feel like that's the whole reading just in this one sentence. Be open. Got another one. Be open to new possibilities and ideas, even if they seem unexplainable at first. Seek out knowledge or wisdom that is non-traditional, alternative, or unconventional. That's why you're here, right? And allow your subconscious mind to awaken to truth and higher consciousness now. Okay. Now, my beautiful pile number 3s, that is the reading that I have for you. That is the gentle guidance from Spirit and your Spirit team, who came out very, very, very strongly. And I have one more thing to ask you to contemplate, a little journaling question, if you will. To ask yourself, what makes you feel at peace? And how can you cultivate more of that? Write a list, like what identify for yourself. When do you feel most peaceful in your life? And identify that for yourself. And then make time in your daily life for these actions that are bringing you more peace, because you would really benefit from that. Now, that is all I have for you. I wish you the best of luck on this journey. I know you can do it. I believe in you. And what else? What else? I mean, this is a new channel. This is YouTube. You know the drill. If this resonated with you, let me know in the comments below. I love to read how you connected to this reading and how this rings true for you, or if it resonates. And leave me a like. You can comment and subscribe. And as well, because this is a new channel, let me introduce myself just really quickly. I am a Reiki healer, I'm a tarot reader and channel, an intuitive, and I am an artist. So on this channel, you'll find a mix of all of these beautiful things. My specialty is more so surrounding shadow work and creating a life that is centered around your heart. So actually this fits right in with this reading. And yeah, I hope I will see you again next time, and have a beautiful, beautiful day. Goodbye. If you picked beautiful pile number 4 with the empowerment card, then this is your reading. And before we get into the card, I like to go off this card, the flower that I picked. And I also, when I meditate on your card, I'm also getting a couple of messages, because I'm clairaudient, so I got a few messages for you. The first one is just like a general feeling, because I have right next to me a little thermos for tea while I'm reading. And it started to make a noise that I've never heard before. And I've had this one for years. And it sounded a little bit like, and it almost sounded a little bit like when you have a tea kettle that you put on the stove to boil. It almost sounded like those sounds, you know, when it's about to be ready and it starts, like the noise starts. So kind of like with a pressure, it's like the whistling noise, right? But it's just the beginning. So I got this feeling of like, it's about to be ready. It's about to be ready. And your guides have said the words like, almost there. You are so close, like so close, almost there, almost there. They said this one sentence over and over to me, like almost there, almost there. And I felt your like heart and solar plexus chakras were quite active. So for the heart, I felt like I took a deep breath and then like a little bit of a sighing breath out. So it's like the relief and like the release. This was like the feeling like, okay, I made it. It's like after also going for a hike and you're kind of like climbing a mountain and you're at the top and you're like, right, okay, I can like kind of relax a little bit. I got some other messages that are more connected to the specific cards that I pulled. So sometimes as well, when I have a deck or a specific card comes out, that I get a message and I've written it down so that I don't forget. So we will get to that when it's time. Now, for you, I want to start talking a little bit about the flower. I forgot the English name for this one, but this one is one of the wildflowers that, it's one that's also growing in the city. This is one that grows basically anywhere that there's space. And it has these like clingy balls to it where if you're close or if you have a dog or an animal and it walks through it, like that just gets stuck to you and it's very hard to get out. Very, very difficult to get off. So I'm getting a very determined energy for you specifically because this one here is growing everywhere. I feel like you are very resilient, and with the journey that you've been on, you have built a lot of resilience and you are determined. Like you are determined. You are on a quest. I'm getting a very determined energy. And now let's take a moment and look at this beautiful card of yours. And right away, what I'm being drawn to is the fact that we have all the seasons present in this card, right? We have the fall here, we have winter, we have the spring on the side here. On the side here, and then we have back here like the late summer with the harvest, right? Because you see all of the fields here are yellow, so the crops are ready to be harvested. And what I'm also being drawn to is the fact that we have like from the late summer here, we have these like rainbow colors going all the way here into winter, right? So there's a combination between these two polarities between summer and winter. So like heat and cold, it's like light and day. It's what I'm feeling like. I think this was going to get clarified a bit in the reading, like the sense of it, like why this is being highlighted to me right now, because it's not clear. And then it's just such a powerful energy. You are a force to be reckoned with, for sure. For sure. And with the resilience, this makes sense when we look at the storm that's here and the people that are rowing, right? But they're fine. I mean, it's not pleasant to be in this type of storm in this weather on a boat, but like they're managing, they're doing fine. They're like resilient as heck. And yeah, like all the weather. I feel like you have a very, very rich emotional life that you are living. You're living that emotional life. You have very, very rich emotions, like a wide array, which is beautiful. Okay, actually, let me look at the other cards for you. And your flower, I'm going to pop it right up here. Yeah. Okay, so the next card that we have for you is Intuition. We have Celebrate Differences. We have Fresh Approach. And we have Heighten Your Vitality. I mean, as far as a gentle guidance reading goes, this is already a message all on its own. I'm being drawn to the lightning that we have here. So we have lightning already, also in 2 cards. And we have like these rainbow colors coming back that I was drawn to. Actually, they're present in all the cards. We have it here surrounding the head as well. And we have it there too. And I mean, this is like essentially looks like a prism. Let me take a moment. I want to draw your attention to, with this card, first of all, that the head is being highlighted, much like with the empowerment. There's also the head is highlighted with all of these like weather that's coming in and out. Basically, it's like the very, very strong mental space that you do have, like very, very headstrong, strong mind, strong mindset as well. So yeah. little bit fantastical. It's like very, very vibrant imagination as well. And here as well, like the head is being highlighted. And I want to draw your attention to all of the butterflies that are here, that are present, which speaks of the transformation that is almost complete. I feel like for you, it's almost complete. It's almost finished, almost done. And there is also it looks a little bit like a peacock, but I know it's not a peacock, but a very, very vibrant bird that's there. And this card in general speaks of your intuition being on absolute fire. Like you seem to have a knack to know what's going to work. And like a very, very strong intuition that you are following. You're following your intuition. And because you are following your intuition is how you got to this like almost there aspect of it, because you've been following the stream, like you've been following the journey, and now it's time for you to find a fresh approach, or to make it into this like end stage of the transformation, or to like fully like break free. And coming out of winter. I feel like you're coming out of winter in a way. Like metaphorically speaking, I feel like you're coming out of winter into spring, like into a whole new thing, whole new journey. And like really like so close. I still hear it. It's like you're so close, like almost there, almost there. I feel like in order for you to get this last push, there is a fresh approach needed. And we will get, like when we go deeper into the cards, we will get to the gentle guidance, like how you can find your fresh approach. But the first clue is that your intuition is on absolute fire right now. Your intuition is on fire. With celebrate differences, I feel like this speaks of the duality of your emotion, like with a great emotional range that you have, with you feeling the joy very, very intensely, and you feeling also the sadness very, very intensely, and to celebrate these differences within yourself, because you see here as well, like in this shell, I'm somehow being drawn to the little kid that's there, right? It's like it's a spiral. Like what you sometimes can feel, that your fullness of emotion is a little bit like a spiral, like it can take you either higher or it can take you down into the deepest depths. It's more so like you feel like that, when in reality it is the fullness of living. Like I know there's a quote that I quite enjoy. It's called it is both a blessing and a curse to feel everything so very, very deeply. That's the quote that just popped into my mind, and I get it. I'm like this as well, where the highs are really high, but the lows can also feel very low. But this is an abundance of feeling, and even though the feelings that we label as negative are a bit unpleasant to feel, they are showing you the capacity that you have and to love and to experience life. Like if you had a choice, because you cannot selectively dumb down emotions or like numb out emotions. You cannot say, okay, I love to feel super ecstatic or so happy when I'm happy, but I don't want to feel the lowest lows. You cannot selectively numb one of these out, because if you numb out the heaviness of it, you're also numbing down the extent of joy that you can feel. So the capacity, like it goes both ways. So both of these are very, very important. And I feel like it's important for me to mention to you that when you are feeling one of the lows, there is a very specific way in which you can navigate these feelings, right? That's why we have the ocean here, like the dark ocean. There's a specific way to navigate these feelings for you that is not diminishing your vibration or is not lowering your vibration. And I feel like saying that because you are dabbling with, or some of you at least are dabbling with, the law of manifestation. And I feel like you have a little bit of concern about that when you are having a day where you're feeling the lowest of lows. And with you being almost there and like this empowerment and having the full range of emotion, I feel like when you're having a day where you're feeling deeply, deeply sad about something, what exactly I'm not sure of, but I think we will get there. Because like I said, you're coming out of winter, so I'm sure there's something there. That you are a bit concerned that this means that your manifestation is being held up or not coming at all, or that you have messed up somehow. And what I want to let you know is that that is not the case. What is important and imperative when you have all of these emotions is the intention that you have when you're experiencing them. Now, let me clarify this for you. When you are having a day where you're feeling incredibly sad about something, or you just have low energy, or you just feel low, what's the intention that you have when you're handling yourself? Is it that you are allowing yourself to feel these lower feelings and you're just taking good care of yourself and you're allowing the feelings to be there so that you can process and then let them go? If that is your approach, your vibration is not lowered. Okay? That's just like we are humans. These feelings do come up. There is, not just in love manifestation, like everywhere, this idea that we need to be happy all the time. And that is not 100% the case. It's more so about how you hold yourself when you are experiencing all the emotions. All the emotions. Your intention matters most. So if you feel like you're going down a spiral, you are still the observer of that. You can still take a step back and be like, okay, I see that this is happening for me right now and I'm feeling very, very sad. So I'm treating myself today like I'm a bit sick, basically. Like, how can I gently support myself as my body and my mind is processing these feelings? I feel like that's a very, very important distinction to make for yourself. That's going to help you a lot going forward. If you could give yourself that type of space and also to affirm it to yourself like that. Like, it matters. The intention that I have matters with this. Yeah. And with a fresh approach, she's in it's funny because this card came out as one of the other piles, right? And there it was a little bit about having bottled up feelings, whereas for you, I feel like it is flowing, although you sometimes wish that it was a bit more bottled up and not like all over the place. But with a fresh approach, this speaks to me of one of the fresh approach, or like one of the mindset shifts we've already spoken of just now with your emotions, the way that you handle yourself when you feel like you are not 100% on point. And the second thing is for this breakthrough to occur, like this last push that pushes you over the edge of the transformation. We will get deeper into this with the other cards. I don't want to say much more about that right now. I feel like there will be more coming. Yeah. And with heighten your vitality and this the lightning that we have here, that we also have here coming out of her head, could this perhaps be part of the emotions that you're experiencing, or part of your thoughts, right? Because emotions and thoughts, that go hand in hand, and they interact with each other, and the thoughts are creating the emotions, which then feeds the thoughts again, because we're trying to keep in the same vibration. Is this perhaps the representation of the thoughts that you have that feel like they strike you down almost, right? Like because I'm being shown like when thunder, when lightning hits a tree and it crashes down. Is that how it sometimes feels for you? Like the intensity of having certain thoughts, and with the way that they affect your emotions, and then you're very, very down low, and you feel like you have to fight to get out of this. I feel like you've done a lot of work on this mindset thing already. And this is like a last thing that sometimes throws you off balance. Because you're like, everything is pretty balanced out for me, like in general, like pretty much more or less balanced out. But this is something that you have difficulty in, I'm going to say managing. Because it's not about like pushing it away, it's more managing. Okay. So let's see if we can find out a little bit more about why exactly that's there. But with the gentle guidance that we have when these thoughts are coming in or these feelings are coming in, when you look at this card with like heighten your vitality, you see that there are different activities that are represented in this card. Like in this prism, you see down here, someone is playing music. Is it playing music? Oh no, they're reading something. To me, it looked like a piano. Well, maybe it is a piano. Maybe you are playing the piano. But someone is like, there's a community happening here where people are coming together and reading and talking about things. And we have some birds here. No, there's the piano, actually. Up there, someone with a piano. We have being nature, flying a kite, which for me, like flying a kite is a very playful activity, because essentially, I mean, you're embracing the season that's currently there, right? Like you're embracing the storm, and you're having a certain lightness about yourself when you are in the storm, because you are doing something whimsical, like flying a kite. And up there, you see that there are 3 people, and one person in the middle is holding their head like they're in a bit of pain. And with heighten your vitality, I'm being drawn to the body. I'm being drawn to the body for you, for quite literally heightening your vitality and paying a bit more attention to how you nourish yourself. But I feel with the body, there's the supportive element of getting enough movement, because the more that you move or take care of your body, the calmer your thoughts become, because it's a natural way in order for our bodies to regulate the hormonal and chemical balances in our body, is like exercising and working out in whatever capacity you have. So that looks different for everybody, depending on not whether you're able-bodied, etc. But there is some type of activity for everyone. So you need to figure out what that is for you. And with the second aspect, heighten your vitality, I'm being drawn to your mental diet, your mental nutrition. What I mean by that is with what type of content are you consuming? And when I speak of content, it's like it's not just what you're doing, for example, right now, like watching a YouTube video and who you're following on YouTube, etc. But this is also about the news that you consume, like how much time goes into that, how much time goes into social media, which people are you listening to? It's also the people that you surround yourself with, like what are they speaking of? What is your mental diet? And just take a mental, not just mental, but like sit down and make like a little journal for yourself, and notice when you do things that feel like you're being heightened or nourished in a way that makes you feel appreciated and valued, and like it gives you more strength. Like, what are these activities? And like start to make a list for yourself. You can have it on your phone, and then just each time that you do something, like let's say go for a walk, and you notice, hey, this calmed my mind down, this calmed my body down, and put it on there so that you have a very, very clear reference point for you to pull from, so that when something like this strikes and you feel like you're falling in this hole and there's no way coming out again, you have a reference list. You don't need to overthink it, because your mind is already active. You can't even go there then. To have a list to pull just randomly one thing from that. And if you're in a state of this, like this, and you are so overwhelmed that even just choosing a thing to do is overwhelming, I have a little solution for you. You could get a jar and like write all of the things that you have written on your list on like little pieces of paper and throw them in a jar, so that randomly you can just like, when you're so overwhelmed, you're like, right, I have one space where I can just randomly pull something on whatever it is. That's the thing that I'm going to do to eliminate the mental clutter of having to choose and like being so overwhelmed that you just pull one and you're like, right. So I would advise you for like the little notes that you have in the jar to put different things there, some that can take a bit longer, but also some shorter ones for 5-minute ones, etc. With the tapping and you having such a strong mental space, are you familiar with EFT? So like the emotional freedom technique and the tapping, because there are some videos that you can do that really bring your energy down like that in like 5 minutes. That really, really helps. I think I'm going to put him, actually let me write that down for a moment so that I know. I'm going to put one video of those in the comments for you or in the notes so that you have it. Right, for you, I feel like I want to read these 2 cards before we move on. Okay. Empowerment. The moment for respect for life and all living things attuning to nature and to the creatures of the earth is at hand. Tune into the deep well of compassion that spills over readily to anyone who needs your help. You are being directed to take action to remove difficulties and resolve problems. Be receptive to guidance from wherever it happens to come. Don't be surprised to receive support from unusual avenues. Be alert to seemingly random input, which will give you clues and ideas that had not occurred to you earlier. Once you have picked up these signs, pursue them diligently and with determination. The potential for them to pay off is immense. As soon as you know what action to take, take it. Heighten your vitality. Tap into the depths of your being and draw on your personal power. If you feel like your energy is low, infuse your mind with the warmth of sunlight and visualize this light bringing new energy into you. You have energetic reserves to draw on. Allow this energy boost to flow through you. Connect with others or do something you love to continue creating the change you need. Spend time with a friend, smile, laugh, and share human touch. Okay, let's look at the next few cards that you got. Oh, look at that. We got balance, recognize and accept light and dark within you. That's exactly what I spoke of with the emotions. And you see when you look at this card as well, like the heart space here is the yin and yang symbol. So there's this puzzle and the light and the dark. That's so funny because I spoke about like summer and winter. I love when things just instantly like connect like that. We get bigger picture. Trust the universe to paint the picture. Amethyst, spirituality, intuition, stress relief. You got another confirmation card for intuition here, see? New moon with new beginnings. Yes, this is what we spoke of, like almost there. It's almost there. Waxing gibbous with motivation. This also fits into what I just read with the action. We got healing, and the heart space is being highlighted. Welcome healing into your mind, body, and life. We have Artemis, goddess of light and divine protector, right underneath heighten your vitality when we just read this beautiful message of doing a light visualization for yourself. Yeah, it's a bit of confirmation right there. And then we got Spider Woman, she who creates from a central source. That's powerful energy. Right. So for me, this ties perfectly into what we just spoke of, into what we just read, with like balance, recognize and accept the light and dark within you. This is the fullness of the emotion. With the bigger picture, trust the universe to paint the picture. If you're following the law of manifestation, then you know about this inspired action. This is what I got as well with the empowerment card. As soon as you know which action to take it, and be diligent and determined about this. With your intuition being on fire, we got the amethyst with the spirituality and the intuition like being on point. And even when we look at this new beginnings card, for me, this is an image for how you're going to receive these ideas that will propel you forward. As you see, she's in a meditative moment, and I want to draw your attention to two things. First of all, her third eye here literally looks like it's a divine spark. And the second thing that I want to draw your attention to is you see that there is a seed that is rising up within herself. She literally has like these different stages of the lotus flower blooming, like on her chakra system. You see that? Like we're going right up. So with you and my feeling that you are coming out of a winter phase right now, or about to come out of a winter phase, with the transformation being complete, and like the moment for the new beginning is almost here, is that you're being called to spend a little more time to sit with yourself. Spend a little more time to sit with yourself but like sit with yourself when you are in a relaxed state. When your body's relaxed, so that your mind can be open, right? So that's the meditation. That's how the intuitive hits come in, because they're not that loud. They're rather quiet. These like intuitive ideas are rather quiet. So when you do receive it, go ahead and follow them. And that's where the motivation kicks in. See? Again, like the solar plexus area is like highlighted, like solar plexus and a little bit of the sacral. As being highlighted in this card, and as well here, like her third eye is wide open. So this is the inspired idea, the visualization of creating it with her own hands. And like with these two coming straight like one after the other, it's literally you are getting the divine spark as an inspiration, and then you start to visualize it, and it's in your own hand. Like you can make it happen, right? This is the tangible object. This is the like moving into action, following through, and this will be part of the healing of your healing journey. Is this fresh approach? It's like this new way of moving. Completely new way of moving, like going with the flow of it all. We got the goddess of light and divine protector. I'm getting a song right now. Wait, what's it called? So the lyrics that I'm getting is you just got to keep on following the light. And the song is called Let in the Light by Tash Sultana. Yeah, that's this, like I'm hearing this song right now. And the specific, Follow the Light. Maybe listen to that. That's a beautiful song, by the way. But yeah, so that's the guidance for you. Like follow the light, follow the spark. Like where is your joy? Where is your happiness? What lights you up? And this is the biggest guidance for you, because that's where your intuition can like really fly. This is also in a way like once you start to follow the light and follow more of the inspired ideas, that's when the magic abounds. That's when everything happens. That's part of the transformation, or that is the transformation where you're starting to follow these intuitive ideas, and these your light is like lighting up. Like every step of the way is going to lighten up once you start doing that. And that's why the goddess of light here. And to also let you know that you are highly protected on this journey. We got the Spider Woman, she who creates from a central source. This card came out for so many piles. And this is exactly it, right? This is the heart-centered way of creating. It's like the eyes are closed and she's listening deeply, deeply within herself for guidance. And then she, from these whispers of her heart, she's creating, weaving the web of her own life. So your intuition plays a very, very big role in that. Okay, let's look at your next couple of cards. Oh yeah, we got the Fertile Void. And also when you look at this card, look at the seed that's floating there. And I've got the next one. Oh, that's so pretty. Oh, it's too bright to see. My camera won't pick it up. It's the Sun card with joy, enjoyment, life force, success, vitality, and play. And you see here there are these two energies just like exuberant in their dance, like in this meadow with all of the roses. By the way, all of the decks that I'm using are going to be down in the description below because I know you're going to ask about it. I love as well with the Fertile Void, like inner winter, rest, patience, potency, secret beginnings, with like the winter that I spoke of, that I picked up on at the very, very beginning of your reading. I love that straight after we have the sun, and this is like the like straight up sunshine when springtime hits, when everything starts to blossom, like and like start to develop leaves and just come back to life. That's so nice. We got Rose Garden, innocence, forgiveness, and be gentle with yourself. Right underneath the celebrate differences. Right, this is be gentle with yourself. This is connected to what I spoke of, the way that you handle your heavier emotions, that then you are treating yourself a little bit like you have a sick day, right? Like to be extra gentle with yourself on those days. And then we have the Wild Rose, do it your way, embrace your uniqueness, and untamed. Oh, that's powerful energy. We got it right underneath Fresh Approach and on top of the Healing and Motivation card. Okay, wow. And we got the Return, a new story, you decide, alignment, and it's coming together. And I love, And I love how we're starting out with a Fertile Void and secret beginnings, and then we end this reading basically with it's coming together. This is dope. This is alignment. This is as good as it gets when it comes to you being almost there, like so close. I'm going to read this card for you because this is incredibly powerful. And it's right on top of Spider-Woman as well. Wow. Okay. Now with the Fertile Void, that is a card that I'm going to read to you as well in a moment. Actually, let me start right there. I'm going to read it first for you. Because the phrasing for this particular card is so on point in this deck. And I feel like it touches on a few things that I spoke of as well. The Fertile Void, inner winter, rest, patience, potency, and secret beginnings. This is a very auspicious card. It holds the potent golden seeds of a new beginning and the aftermath of an end. We're called to have patience and enter a state of deep rest, repair, regeneration, and acceptance. To let a part of our lives, or even who we once were, metaphorically die in order to seed, sprout, bud, and bloom again. There's often a letting go, a grief or mourning involved, a death of self or what once was, the ending of things that were once important, relationships, jobs, identities, ways of being. The Fertile Void asks that we honor endings to begin again. It's a crucial part of growth, and new is not possible without it. In the card, you can see the golden seed cradled in the dark, fertile womb of the soil. It's easy to mistake this phase of growth as one where nothing much is happening. But beneath the surface of the winter soil, things have never been more active. Winter is a phase of initiation, renewal, and rebirth. When we're going through a period of inner winter, we experience this too. We metaphorically go underground by coming to a standstill and allowing ourselves to recover and rest. We don't realize it, but this is the most important part of our growth. And it takes faith and surrender to do it. Trust the sureness of the soil. The new is being woven without you having to micromanage every single move. Trust the sureness of the soil. Be cradled by the great mystery. This is a very tender, powerful time. Soul inquiry. How can you surrender into the great mystery? I spoke briefly about the new beginnings being conceived basically while you're in meditation and just having like this quiet time for yourself. And I feel like this card really, really touches up on that with the resting and the patience. And I know that when you are in this phase, it can feel so frustrating because your intuition is on fire. I'm sure that you already feel like the new beginning is coming together and you can't quite grasp it, but it's almost there. Like you can feel this energy. Like I'm sure you can feel the energy of the new building. And this is so frustrating when you know that you're being like repeatedly getting the messages to rest. I know it's frustrating as hell. That's also why it's on top of the bigger picture. Trust the universe to paint the picture. Like everything has its time. Right as I said that my thermos is doing this little pressure cooker noise again. It's like tea kettle noise again. It's funny. So you're almost there. It's like almost ready. But one thing that you need to rearrange for yourself is the way in which you're handling your emotions, because the thing that's coming next is a very, very, very balanced state of life for yourself, where your emotions, like even if there's the fullness, or actually not even if, but with all the fullness that's there is still a very, very balanced state for you to live in day by day. And we got the sun next, right? Like after the void, after the inner winter, the sun is going to feel like celebration for you. It's going to feel so good for you. And we get the joy, the enjoyment, life force, success, vitality, and play. And this brings me back to the goddess of the light, like following the light, following the inspired ideas, and how happy. This is such a happy feeling to move through life, being guided by your intuition and following all of these little nudges and discovering what the universe has basically put on your way, how your spirit team as well has aligned every single thing for you, because you do not need to micromanage it. You may feel like you do. And I understand, because in our current world and the way that everything is run, you micromanaging everything is essentially what we're taught, when in reality there's so much more at play, and there's so much more that we can rely on. There's so much more for us to discover. And we do not have the same overview that the universe has of the entirety of the situation. So if we leave room for them to come in and set things up for us, things are turning out so much better than we could ever imagine. And that's where we go from phases of being like in deep inner winter straight into summer and the harvest period, right? So with the stress relief that's underneath here and the new beginnings, I feel like your joy and enjoyment, life force, is being highlighted. Life force brings me back to heighten your vitality, for you to look at the activities and the way that you nourish yourself, and then inject more things that make you feel alive in all the right ways. And I say in all the right ways because there are many different things that can make you feel alive that are actually not really replenishing you, not really nourishing you. I'm thinking of going to parties, or not parties in general, but enhancing the feelings by taking some substances, for example, where you feel like the chemical balance of your body is telling you that you're having an extreme high, when in reality you're over pushing your boundaries, and the next couple of days you're having a massive down. Because it's not like it was manufactured, it's not really coming from the body. Whereas if, let's say, you spend a day being out on a boat with friends, and you are swimming and enjoying the sunshine, and you're playing a bit, maybe some volleyball, etc. It's a different way of creating similar emotions within yourself. One is replenishing you, nourishing you in all the right ways, whereas the other is only doing that on the surface, and in reality is actually like draining you. So that is exactly what I'm being called here to ask you to look at this, like, and like look at this at depth. And a good indicator as well when it comes to people, like spending time with specific people, is to see how you feel like when you are alone again. To like let your interactions with them sit and see like, does this actually feel good to me? Like did this feel good to me? And then using this, what feels good to you and what really replenishes you as your little guiding force to heighten your vitality and to nourish yourself. Now, with a be gentle with yourself, we talked about this. We got the wild rose, do it your way, embrace your uniqueness, and untamed. And this is a powerful card. You know best. You know best. You are so close. Your intuition is on fire. It's okay for you to do things in your unique way. I don't know if you need to give yourself permission for that. I feel like you might. It's okay for you to do things differently. You are allowed to do things your way. You're allowed to do things differently. Trust your intuition and do things in a way that feels good to you, because again, you are being guided on this journey. Your intuition is on fire. Your spirit team came in, gave you the guidance to be like, follow the light, follow the spark of inspiration, take some quiet time, and then do it like that. Don't try to be too rational about it. When I say too rational, of course, there are boundaries. You know what I mean, but your spirit team and the universe is here to figure this out for you. You need to dream this up. You need to dream this up with your intuition, with put all of your emotions into this scenario, and then you will get the inspired ideas to get you started on this journey. And your spirit team is going to line everything up for you in the most perfect way. And that's when we get to the return. In your story, you decide alignment and it's coming together. I also want to read this card for you. Let me get right on that. The return. In your story, you decide alignment and it's coming together. You've waited patiently for this moment. You've likely been working on the inner for some time, and now the outer is beginning to come into alignment. As changing beings, we're in a never-ending growth cycle. This doesn't mean that we're constantly in bloom. No, this means that we're constantly changing. This card is like the bloom, however, it's much more powerful than that. It heralds the coming and going of a whole new way of being. An entirely new story has been written. This card heralds a great shift in your life. This often takes time, sometimes even lifetimes. Acknowledge how far you've come and how much you've grown. You are a part of creating change, not only in your own life, but in the world. Take a moment to take it in. You're just one of many, but your being here matters. A petal on the rose of a new humanity, part of the forever unfolding. Things are aligning for you and around you. They're convening and coming together. You're in the right place at the right time. Your outer world matches your inner world. This card is delivering a message of harmony coming together in the embodiment of holding a clear vision for many, many years. You've been doing the groundwork to get to this moment right here, perhaps for months, years, or even lifetimes. Use this moment. You get to decide what happens next. Rose transmission. I acknowledge how far I've come and how much I've grown. I decide what happens next. This is such a powerful energy because of this transformation and you being almost there. that this is this is like outcome card basically for you in this reading. Outcome card, like everything is coming together. But when I say outcome card, we spoke about the inner winter and how this is the most important phase of the growth for you, right? Where everything is kind of aligning in a what feels like a bit of a secret manner, like secret beginnings. Everything is like germinating and like growing within yourself. Oh, that's so powerful. Okay, I have a few more cards for you. Let me just rearrange that and I'll be right back with you. The first card I have for you is the Death card. I have the card of the Three of Swords. I have the Knight of Wands for you. Talk about inspired ideas, hey? I have the Five of Swords for you. I have the Ten of Pentacles. I have, we're getting to the outcome cards, the Emperor. Damn. And I have the Three of Pentacles. Now, the Three of Pentacles for you was the overarching, let me rearrange that for a moment. The Three of Pentacles for you was the overarching energy. And I picked this, or like the message that I picked up with this is that you are in co-creation mode. Like this is your spirit team. Like looking at their blueprints and looking at their plans and being like, what's the best possible way for us to align everything for them so that it can come together? Like what are the next possible steps? Like what can we do? How can we co-create this? What's the guidance that they need? And then they were like, yeah, let's bring this through me right now. But also going forward, right? Like they're conspiring in all of the signs and synchronicities that they want to send you in order to make this happen for you. And I also want to draw your attention to, like, you got the three energies, but see here, we got sort of like a middle. This is like something that's, it feels to me like it's a movement of you being more so like on the outskirts. It reminds me of the spiral here in the Rose of the Sun card, where you're basically on this journey like into the inner center of it, where your most true self is, and where the full alignment is, like where everything is coming together. Remember how the return card spoke about matching the outer with the inner world, like the outer world with your inner spiritual world. And I feel like that is at the center of this rose, and they're bringing you there. They're making plans to bring you there big time. And with the Death card on top of balance and the fertile void, yes, in order for something new to be born, or a new life, something else needs to go. Like we need to release certain parts. And with the Three of Swords, this is like a heavy heart. There's a little bit of maybe past heartache that you need to release. But with these two cards, it's not like with this card, like I'm not getting the idea that I need to tell you to release that. I feel like it's something that you have been doing continuously. So it does not feel like it's guidance for you. Like there's not a lot for you to do. It's more so really about managing the emotions of you in a more healthy manner for yourself. And then we have the Knight of Wands here, like bringing the inspired idea right to your door, bringing this inspired idea straight to you, so that you can then follow this. Oh, so much passion in this card. I love that. So when this inspired spark hits and you got this inspired idea, like follow it with a lot of passion, right? And then underneath the Rose Garden with the gentle with yourself, we have this little like fighting energy with the Five of Wands, where one person won and the others feel defeated. Now I have two messages for you here, because you are in different stages of this whole journey, my beautiful pile number fours. The first message is that you sometimes feel so defeated by your emotions that you are embodying basically this energy energy behind, and this feels like it's your emotions. You see there's like turmoil in the sky as well. It's like stormy or like cloudy, like something is brewing basically, and that this energy feels like it's your emotions, and sometimes it's also other people where you just feel so defeated. The message here for you is that this is a new beginning. Like this is about to change, and you're changing it by being gentle with yourself and like learning to celebrate the differences. I need to change my camera, my battery. I'll be right back. And one other thing I want to draw your attention to was when I pulled your cards. Like when I'm shuffling, I'm also hearing how often I need to shuffle it. And for you, there was a lot of 5. And now that I look at my camera, I also have like 5 hours and 5 minutes left to record. So like 55 seems to be, or like 5 in general seems to be a strong number for you. And that's a big, big number of change as well. So I think you would benefit from looking up some numerology about the number 5 or 55. Yeah. Just like a little side note. And this is also the 5, right? So technically I got a little synchronicity about this right here. So that you feel defeated about your emotions. That's the last thing that I spoke of for some of you. But this is about to change, right? That's the new beginning. For others of you who feel like you've already been working on this and you don't feel as defeated by this anymore, basically you're going to be the winner, like in this whole, it's like, I'm going to put battle in parentheses because it's not really, like we're not really battling our emotions. It's more so that we know how to handle them, how to move through them, how to give them all the space that they need in order to be there and just fully be felt, and then they leave so much quicker. And that's why we have this on top of the new beginnings and emotion, because new beginnings and motivation, because like the swords are representing the mental space, right? So there's like some fighting a little bit in the mental space. But once you have moved through that and started to shift this energy of accepting the polarity of it fully and learning like healthier ways to handle the intensity of the emotion, we got right up next, we got like the 10 of Pentacles, which is the absolute like manifested abundance. And you are in a manifesting journey. We spoke about this a few times in this reading. And this is like everything coming together. This is like ultimate wealth as well. And we got you in the driver's seat of your life, because we got right underneath, like, do it your way as well with the Pentacles here. I'm being drawn like first 2 things. The first one is also on top of healing. So this, like, you will like basically be victorious over this anguish energy or over this fighting energy within yourself, within your mind space, because you will welcome healing into your life by gently shifting the way that you speak about yourself and to yourself and all the other things that we spoke of. So this is confirmation that this is going to come into like the physical manifestation of releasing and just being fully healed. The second aspect here, with it being like underneath, do it your way, embrace your uniqueness untamed, and we got the fresh approach of you doing things. See, that's where the card comes in now. It's funny. With a fresh approach, with you finding your own unique way of doing this and moving through life and finding a whole new way of being and moving with these inspired actions, with this divine sparks, and like following your joy, following the light. What's going to happen is where it's going to lead you. It's going to lead you into a lot of abundance and wealth and abundance and prosperity. You know, that's in financial ways, could be money, but abundance is so much more than just money. This is abundance in emotions, which you already have, but it's a healthy balance, and it's also abundance in love and the relationships that you have with friends and perhaps family and lovers, etc. Like, it's so beautiful, so beautiful. And then we have the Emperor. Yes. This is your energy. This is the Remember in the beginning, I said like almost there, almost there. This is you being there. This is you being your own emperor, being in the full control of your own energy, being in your own driver's seat of your life, just reclaiming your own power and your energy and just being so fully grounded within yourself. Ah, I love it. I love it. Oh, I love it so much. Oh, this makes me happy. I'm so happy for you. Yeah. Okay. And like right with the return as well, like in your story, you decide, right? Like even the sentence, like you decide, you are in the driver's seat, like you are deciding this. It's so much power, such a leader energy. Love it. Okay. Now I only have like 2 more cards to pull from you. Because I like to pull a few cards on camera as well. It's nice. This one's going to be some closing guidance. I'm going to ask for 2 cards. I pre-shuffled this off camera already, so yeah. Please give me some gentle guidance, closing guidance for my pile number 4s. What gentle guidance do you have for me for my pile number 4s, please? Can I get a second card? I'd like to get a second closing. Thank you. That one was like, oh, yes, for 2. All right, here you go. Straight away. Oh, wow. Do the thing. Avoid procrastinating today. Make a confident, well-informed decision. Set reminders in your calendar to take care of business. Ask others to help you to get started on a big task. Continue working on a long-term project, goal, or dream, and release fears towards an outcome of a situation. The outcome of the situation is drawing my attention to here also this heartache and like this like emotion that is attached to this like trusting the universe to paint the bigger picture, because it's scary to move into a whole new way of being where you're trusting everything to come to you at the right time. It can feel very, very fearful. Yeah, but do the thing. It's inspired action once it's coming. Once the Knight of Wands is knocking on your door, it's time to go. Oh, and we got honor your sensitivities. Take extra good care of yourself today. Seek proper treatment to heal allergies or sensitivities. I think the next one as well. Your current sensitivities carry an important message. Your sensitivities are special, unique gifts. Boldly explore a heightened sense of psychic awareness. And this, like your current sensitivities carry an important message, is exactly what I mean when I speak of you making this list and like looking at what actually nourishes yourself. Because sometimes we can feel a little bit irritated after we've watched something or we met up with a certain person, spent time with them, etc. And it's a sensitivity. It's like, it's very subtle, but start to train yourself to notice that. Start making some lists about that. Yeah. That was a beautiful reading. This is the messages that I have for you today. I know it was quite long, but I feel like it's me getting to know all of you, all of my collective, because like I said, this is a new channel for me. And well, this is YouTube, you know the drill. Give me a like if it resonated with you. I would also much appreciate a comment how you're feeling about this, if this resonated, how this resonated. I would love to know about you, from you. And let me thank your guides as well for coming in, because they've been very, very clear. This brings me, now I know why this came up to me, because I have a piece of paper right there with all the messages that I've written down, and there's one message that I have not spoken of that came out with a fertile void. Sorry, I need to speak about this for a moment, because it came out when I pulled this card. Embrace it, embrace the fertile void, embrace it, embrace it, embrace it. So embrace this little rest period. It's not a long time, okay? This is not a long time frame. You saw your reading. This was like the smallest aspect of your whole reading. And like with being such clear energies about everything aligning and coming together. But make time to embrace that. It's important. It is important. Okay. Your guys were like, wait. All right, so that is now really all I have for you. And because this is a new channel, let me quickly introduce myself. I am a Reiki healer. I am a tarot reader, channel intuitive, and I am an artist. On this channel, you will find a mix of all of these beautiful things. My specialty is shadow work and bringing light into the darkness and making sense of the darker corners of the mind that we're not that comfortable to look at usually. And everything that I'm doing is geared towards instilling a sense of well-being and healing within yourself. So if that sounds something that you're interested in, I would be very happy to see you pop back in for the next video or two. And I will see you again next time. Have a beautiful, beautiful rest of your day. Goodbye.